Hi, all. Welcome to Fox 10 News Now. I'm Kinsey Schofield, and since it's 3 o'clock in the top of the hour, I'm going to bring you my top 5 stories of the day. I'm sure you've noticed that's something we're doing here now, so let me give you mine, which you can see right there on the screen. Russia is now deliberately targeting U.S.-backed forces in Syria. This is a huge story, and one that I'm disappointed that the national media isn't covering very heavily. Officials are saying that Moscow is deliberately targeting U.S.-backed forces in Syria as part of a military campaign that has killed up to 150 CIA-trained rebels, a U.S. official told Fox News National. The claim comes as the U.S. and Russian militaries try to reach an agreement about flight safety in the skies over Syria. Officials from both countries are holding their third video conference on the issue this Wednesday as U.S.-led coalition and Russia aircraft look to avoid collisions as they launch airstrikes into Syria. But even as they do try to deconflict, evidence is mounting that Russia's air campaign is targeting more than just the Islamic State. Putin is deliberately targeting our forces, a U.S. official who is disappointed in the U.S. response to Russia told Fox News National. Our guys are fighting for their lives, said the official, estimating up to 150 CIA-trained moderate rebels have been killed by the Russians. The Obama administration recently ended its troubled program to train select Syrian rebels, but has continued to equip the opposition. Over the weekend, the U.S. military airdropped 50 tons of small arms, ammo, and grenades in northern Syria. So we, as well, arming Syria with ammo and grenades, 50 tons of small arms ammo and grenades. My second story, which I thought was very interesting, and actually there's a graphic. Let me see if I can find it for you, just to mix up what you're looking at. I'm stealing it. I'll steal it. You're not going to let me steal this graphic. Oh. Oh, and this is from John Scott's Happening Now. And Jenna Lee, if you watch Fox News National regularly, Jenna Lee seemed kind of under the weather today. I should tweet her and tell her I hope she's feeling better. But take a look at this. Trump is the Twitter champ. Trump picked up more followers during the debate than any of the Democrats combined. The big winner on social media during the Democratic debate was Donald Trump. The GOP frontrunner took to Twitter last night to live tweet during the 2-hour forum. And during the time, he added 70,000 new followers. I don't know if you were watching our coverage of Donald Trump's Twitter during the debate last night, but he retweeted a lot of people saying that they actually started a Twitter account. They started an account just to experience him during the Democratic debate. That's more than all the Democratic candidates combined. Happening Now reported Bernie Sanders far outpaced his rivals, adding 46,000 followers, while Hillary Clinton picked up 10,000, and Joe Biden added 3,000, even though he hasn't even entered the race. So that's very interesting, especially when you consider the fact that they have said Barack Obama owes a lot of his first election, a lot of his first presidency. They say that he owes a lot of that to his social media campaign, to his social media strategy. I used to teach social media strategy to conservatives at gatherings, and I would say Barack Obama was my MySpace friend before I even knew who he was, because he had such a superior team in regards to social media working for him prior to running for president. They were already friending people on MySpace, friending people on Facebook, and getting the word out there before we even knew who he was as a person, or before he'd announced his presidency. Now, I will give you a look at fox10phoenix.com, where we are now hearing the alibi for the I-10 shooter. Lawyers for a man charged in some of the freeway shootings that put Phoenix area drivers on edge say phone records and family interviews show that he wasn't near the crime scenes. Authorities say ballistics tests tied 21-year-old Leslie Allen Merritt Jr. to 4 of the 11 shootings that occurred between August 22nd and September 10th, but Merritt's attorneys say cell phone records show their client called his grandmother from his Glendale home just minutes before 2 of the shootings on August 29th. They also say Merritt was asleep at home during at least one of the 2 remaining shootings with which he is charged. They are asking a judge to reconsider Merritt's $1 million bail and release him on his own. Let's see here. And then we have another Fox 10 story that I want to share with you. And this is something we covered pretty heavily, and I know Samia's already given you guys a briefing on this as well. I imagine that there is going to be some people pretty upset in regards to this. Police at Northern Arizona University have filed a formal complaint charging a freshman with second-degree murder in a campus shooting. Stephen Jones initially was charged with first-degree murder in the death of Colin Burrow following a fight Friday. Police wrote in a complaint released Wednesday that Jones didn't act with premeditation. The complaint also expands the number of assault charges against the 18-year-old Jones from 3 to 6. 2 for each of the 3 other students who were injured in the shooting. Jones' attorney did not immediately respond to a request for comment Wednesday, and this is from the AP. Funeral services for Burrow are scheduled Friday in Maryland, where he attended high school and played lacrosse. The 20-year-old graduated from Castle Rock High School in Castle Rock, Colorado in 2013. And again, if you want more information on that, we are looking at fox10phoenix.com. And then I know Samia's been covering this pretty heavily for you, but a Lamar Odom update. This is one of those stories that is developing by the minute, so I don't. So specifically, what I can bring you that I think Samia hasn't is that. Let's see. I know Samia's been really heavily on this. Jill Jenner's tweet. She's such a sweet girl. How do I get that big ad off the top? There we go. Here, you can see, please don't go. Kendall Jenner's desperate plea following former brother-in-law Lamar Odom's medical crisis. So you can see Kendall here tweeted, please don't go. And at the time that photo was taken, it had over 10,000 favorites and 7,000 retweets. So I know that there's going to be just different angles of this story. You know, his former almost brother-in-law, Scott, not quite a brother-in-law, but almost a brother-in-law for a very long period of time. In regards to Scott, just checked himself into rehab because he's saying he's been scared straight and he wants to do it for his children. And, you know, People Magazine reporting that cameras were on Chloe when she initially found out and when she hurried to collect her things and actually get to the airport. So, a lot there. Rachel says craziness. I'm going to look here and see if there are any comments. A grandma defense, says Belle, in regards to the I-10 shooter. I know, how can you... Interesting to see what they pull there in regards to that evidence with the I-10 shooter. Because... where did it say? You know, it says his phone pinged from home, but specifically, did he have enough time to get from point A to point B? Were the exact shots at a specific time, and can they prove that at that exact time he was on the phone, or was he on the phone near that time? And keep in mind, this is like their second defense that they've used, because the first defense the attorneys used in regards to this is like maybe the third defense, because I believe the first defense in the I-10 shooter case was that he did not have the gun, that he had taken the gun to a pawn shop. That was the first defense that we heard out of his mouth, and that's when the judge said, I would advise you not to speak. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you can will be used against you. That was when he was initially seen by the judge the next day. And then, so he finally did get representation, which is, I think Jason Lamb is one of his attorneys, who's a local big shot. He was on Nancy Grace. That's your question. Okay. Sorry, I was talking to Mike. He's right there. He's yelling. Sorry. You have to witness some of this behind-the-scenes action. We have a special event happening tonight with Jude, LaCava, though, so we were dealing with that. But the second alibi was that someone else had admitted to it. So they were trying to say that someone else was admitting to doing this, so why would they arrest Leslie? So interesting, this is the third thing what they're coming up with, saying that isn't actually how it can't be him. So, but the grandma defense, the notorious grandma defense. Robert says unless he loaned his gun out and someone else used it, then he knows who did it. Again, they convict people on cell phone records, so it's pretty solid evidence in this guy's favor, says Hapalia, if it's legitimate. Rachel says in regards to Trump that his rampage was boring. I do believe other candidates like Huckabee stayed more on topic with the debate, had more intelligent more intelligent content to offer in regards to a legitimate exchange. But Trump promoted his Twitter commentary far better than any of the other candidates. He just did it first. They all should have done it. Because, as I'm sure you know, Twitter now acts more as a press release than an actual press release. You're going to get seen in front of far more people. But I think that what Trump did well was promote it. And even though he did not have the most intelligent commentary compared to some of the other people, he still won in this scenario because he jumped 70,000 Twitter followers. So that's a huge deal. But yes, we gave it a lot of attention last night here on Fox 10 News Now, and we watched it for all night. We watched it throughout the entire debate, and it was per the request of the viewers, by the way. You guys requested that I keep it up. But he did a lot of retweeting compliments towards him, where there was a formula to get a retweet. You compliment Trump and slam the Democratic Party, and you were almost guaranteed a retweet. It was almost laughable. I'm a little jealous that I didn't get in on the game and see if I could have gotten one. I should have.
It's like very solid. It's a speed version of the ball. Yeah, dude, I had that
Hapalia says, in regards to Russia deliberately targeting U.S.-backed forces in Syria, Hapalia says nothing in the Russian news saying that. They have video of them bombing ISIS positions. They cut off their supply lines. There are no rebels. It is all ISIS. Well, Hapalia, of course, the Russian news is going to say that. Putin is very strict on what can and can't be seen there. And he has a story that he's trying to tell, and that's a lot of our people that on Fox National, if you watch that, that's what a lot of our foreign correspondents are saying, that he controls the message, and of course he wants to look like, I don't know, the good guy. Oh, Bina says she likes the top stories. That's so wonderful, Bina. Thank you for your positive commentary. And jumping down. His gun was in a pawn shop at times, though, so maybe the pawn shop owner or one of his employees had the gun out doing it. Conspiracy theory time. That is very conspiracy theory-ish. I think that there's got to be a surveillance camera in regards to that pawn shop. I think that you have to have videos up in a venue like that because it's a dangerous venue. You're dealing with some pretty, in some cases you're dealing with luxury items. In some cases you're dealing with items like, you're dealing with, I don't know. I just imagine that you've got to have some security cameras in a place like that. And if that evidence does exist, because there's got to be safes, and you've got to be dealing with historic pieces, like historic items and vintage pieces and engagement rings. There's all sorts of stuff at pawn shops aside from guns. I just imagine that there's got to be cameras on them. So if that evidence does exist, I'm sure it's in the custody of the police, and they show no signs of being concerned about the evidence they have on this kid. They really are very confident. And when I come back, you're going to be sitting here. There we go.
There you are.
But it still doesn't say I'm live.
Oh, you will be. There it is.
Oh, there I am. And it cuts directly to me talking to you. It's so weird. This is how confident they are that they have the right guy. The governor, I'll talk to you right now, Mikey. This is how confident they are that they have the right guy. The governor tweeted the night that he was arrested, "We got him." I mean, that's how confident they are. And I think that is going to be a huge issue when it comes to a court case, because I just don't know if that's legal, or I think that gives you a really good argument to take the case out of the county when or however far you need to go out, get out of there with it. Because wait, are we getting a live Hillary Clinton event?
Hold on, I cannot hear anything. Are you finding it?
We're done. We're ready now.
Okay, so now you just set the machine up again.
That'd be funny, though.
Because now what you've done is just this trick machine. So you set up again.
That'd be funny, though.
Because now what you've done is just this trick machine. So you set up like a trick machine.
That'd be funny, though.
Because now what you've done is just this trick machine. So you set up like a trick machine. So this is the trainer's tool. So the international adjusts the trainees.
Just beat it.
Free time.
Good afternoon. I really want to start by thanking District Council 15, Business Manager John Smirk, and the training team for the Finishing Trades Institute. Secretary Union of Painters and Allied Trades is training men and women who are eager for a successful career in the finishing trades. Really leads to the American dream. For people, each an opportunity. Model is seen behind me is an example. Workers and small contributions to create a pipeline for the next generation of construction workers to ensure that the highest quality training known in the industry is made available completely free to our members and our apprentices. The United States also needs a leader who provides such opportunity to these young veterans seeking a pathway to a sustainable career in the finishing trades. And we're also ready to do our part to put the right candidate in office to continue our country's turnaround and put even more supporting careers. Hillary Clinton is committed to creating jobs through infrastructure investment to rebuild our roads, bridges, and highways, to creating a green structure that will drive both construction jobs but also private sector manufacturing jobs, Her distinctive experience serving both as Senator and Secretary of State makes her the candidate who, as President, leader while still embracing and focusing on the concerns of working families here at home. Health care, education for our children, and fair pay. That is why it's my honor to announce that Union of Pays and Allied Trades are ready every day, elect Hillary Clinton as our next President of the United States.
Thank you very much, President Rigmaiden. You're of the men and women, the members of this incredibly important union means a great deal. I want to thank everyone gathered here. I appreciate the opportunity to come to this facility because this is exactly what we need more of. People with the skills that we've seen exhibited here so that they too can be part of the great American middle class. I was really interested to go around and see what happens here. I learned a lot about floor paper hangers and drywall finishers and painters and reality machine that is the chance to test out their skills before they're actually given one of those big hoses to apply to the applications that you see on bridges and other big construction. I want us to have an infrastructure bank in America where we make long-term investments in building and maintaining and advancing the physical parts of our country so that we're more competitive. And this is the kind of program that we will be able to take advantage of. I also have proposed a tax credit for more apprentices, and I want to work with unions like this in order to create more of a pipeline of young and not so young workers who will be ready to take the jobs that we need to create in America. And then we need to make sure that people have a chance so get a good wage. You know, I said last night, and I repeat it often, 9 million Americans lost their jobs during the Great Recession. Maybe you know somebody who did. I've been meeting a lot of them. In fact, at the end of the debate last night, I was walking out. I heard you say that millions of people lost their jobs. Well, my dad was one of them. And it's taken him a long time to find another job. 5 million people lost their homes. A lot of that right here in Nevada, which was the epicenter of the mortgage crisis and the foreclosure crisis. And $13 trillion family wealth was wiped out because of the great. So as I have said, we're standing, but we're not yet running. And this is a mutually reinforcing. We need, and then we're trained to do those jobs. And we need more union organization because working, as Ken said, in concert with builders, contractors, they can work together to make sure they have the exact fit of skills. And the people they have to meet requirements not set by the union. They have to meet requirements set by engineers. They can be certified to go on any job. That's why it's so important we stand this really short-sighted that the Republicans are engaging in to undermine unions. People need to have the right to union, have the training and support they get from a union, have the continuing fairness that you get from project labor agreements, from prevailing wage, that really does the skills by people we're seeing. So the International Union of Painters and lines what we need to do to get back to building things in America. And I appreciate that about those of you who have been covering, know that I think we can create millions of jobs and businesses from
While I'm having trouble with Hillary Clinton, our screen there, it's interesting because it looks like we have two, but both of them are digital, and our connection's not very good, so I'm going to stay here with you just to let you know we've had some exciting new developments in regards to our schedule. We've got a interview coming up at Grand Canyon University. Jude, LaCava is going to be at Grand Canyon University doing, let me see. No, our feed is still pretty sketchy right now. That's going to start at 5:30 approximately, Jude, at Grand Canyon University. We are looking, it appears we're going to get Trump at 4. And I'm also seeing interesting headlines across our screens in the newsroom about previous Trump SNL videos being removed from the internet. So that's something interesting that I'm going to look into further. SNL and NBC has always been very protective of, I'm not surprised by this, because SNL and NBC have always been very protective of their videos. They've always been very protective of their content. For instance, when there was the Justin, sorry, I'm typing back to Samia. When there was the Justin Timberlake Beyonce video with Andy Samberg, and they were dancing, We're the Dancers was the skit, that was uploaded quickly to YouTube, but as quickly as, we missed you, Troy Hayden. We missed you. Don't ever leave again. As quickly as those videos were uploaded, they were removed by NBC and Universal. So I think that these videos were probably uploaded a while ago, and NBC Universal is probably pursuing them now because they're getting a lot more traction now that it's been announced that Trump is hosting SNL. So I believe I don't think that there's any sort of conspiracy theory or anybody wants them removed. I just think that they probably snuck onto the internet. They were older. No one really thought to pursue them. They were pursuing those recently uploaded videos with bigger stars like Jimmy Fallon or Justin Timberlake. And then these Trump videos came to light when everybody started blogging about them after the announcement that SNL was going to have him back on. Now, we have gotten word that we're going to have a press conference out of Vegas at approximately 4 p.m. in regards to Lamar Odom, and TMZ has a breakdown of what to expect at that press conference. I think you automatically assume the worst, but we've been searching throughout the internet for the last 10 minutes in regards to an update on his health, and there have not been any updates on his health or his current status. However, TMZ did update approximately 7 minutes ago in regards to what this press conference is about at 4 p.m. And it says, TMZ says, cops are finally talking about their Lamar Odom investigation, and we're live streaming the news press conference, as are we. We will do that right here for you. The Sheriff's Department is set to address the media at 4 p.m. We're expecting to hear what they did or didn't find after searching Lamar's suite at the Love Ranch South. As we've reported, doctors determined cocaine was in Odom's system when he arrived at the hospital, so it's likely they'll have something to say about that too. Again, we have heard... it's interesting because the ranch itself... Oh, we're having issues with our satellites because of the weather. That's why we're having these issues with our satellites. I apologize. It does look like Hillary Clinton's back in a bit stronger.
The Republicans will always vote for trade agreements. I want them to vote to raise the minimum wage. I want them to vote for more job training and apprenticeship programs. I want them to vote for more help for people who are displaced when they lose a job. So I just don't think that when you add it all up, it meets the standards that I set, and I couldn't look in the eyes of a voter and say, yeah, I'm convinced this is going to raise your income, because I wasn't. Absolutely. I support Senator Reid and Congresswoman Titus, and I think it's important to take the approach that they're trying to take, which is to look at the overall problem, break it down, figure out where we need to preserve existing public lands and add more public lands. But we certainly should not be giving in to this ideological argument from the right that we need to put more public lands into private hands. I don't agree with that, and I'm interested to see how the process that Senator Reid and Congressman Titus are leading will turn out.
Okay, one more on the list. Yeah, ice cream. Okay.
I'm going to continue to run my campaign and make my case for my candidacy, and everyone else, whether they're in or they're not in, will have to make whatever judgment is best for them. And I will repeat what I have said to you many times. I have the greatest respect and affection for the Vice President. He and I are friends. We were former colleagues in the Senate. I just think he needs to decide what is best for him and his family, and I'm not going to comment on it. It's not my place to do so. But I do want to continue to put forth my policies, my plans, my vision for the country, and that's what I will do.
Okay, thanks, everybody.
Thank you all. Thank you all.
always like to stay with the end, and let me tell you why. When I was covering the Jodi Arias trial, at the very end of the Arias trial, she'd been found. This was the second go round. After she was found guilty and sentenced to life because the jury couldn't determine whether they wanted to give her death for a second time. At the very end of the entire day, the entire experience, this is the last day, Jodi's exiting the building and her family yells, "We love you, Jodi," and then Travis, the victim, screamed across the room to Arias, "Oh, but look, we're getting Trump right now." Would you record Trump?
Did Hillary end?
Hillary's over. Trump's on sat 6, and I've got Lamar on sat 5. So I'll take Lamar live. I'm on right now, just so you know. I'll take Lamar live, and if you could record Trump, and we'll play Trump.
Folks, I just like to say this is a great moment for Fox News now. We got so much lined up right here.
We do have so much lined up.
You know
This
what
is
I
gonna
feel
be a
like?
packed show.
I feel like those people on what is that called? Right on the
Tarmac.
Tarmac.
Like, we're going to go here, and then we're going to go here, and then we're going to
Yep.
go here, and then we're going to go here. Yes, so we do have a lot of content. My point, though, what I was making was, so I like to stay on the very end of events, because at the very end of Jodi Arias, right, everybody was, like, breaking down. Jodi was leaving the building, and Travis's sister screams to her, "Burn in hell," which was, like, one of those moments that you wish you had on camera and you didn't. So I always like to stay to the very end of events to see what what you typically don't see. And that's the kind of cool thing about Fox 10 News now, where you can stay all the way through, get to see some of the behind-the-scenes action that you don't typically get to see. Where we're going next is Lamar Odom. After Lamar Odom, I'm looking at a press conference. I'm looking at looks like a really, actually, I'm going to give you a preview of it. This event, I got to turn the music down. Look at how cool this event looks. Very visual. Very excited to take you here to Donald Trump. But we're going to go to Donald Trump after we get to Lamar Odom, because that is really kind of on everybody's hearts right now. And you're not going to miss a second of Trump. We're going to give you Trump from the beginning to the end. So you're not going to miss a second of Donald Trump. You're going to see the entire Donald Trump rally, but we're also going to bring you the Lamar Odom press conference out of Nevada as well. Let me see, are these my top stories? I don't think so. Where's my top stories? I might have accidentally saved over my top stories. Before we go to Lamar, because we have a few minutes, I'm going to give you a breakdown, because at the beginning of the hour we're going to be on Lamar Odom, so I'm not going to be able to give you the breakdown then, and I didn't give you one at 3:30 because we had Hillary. Russia deliberately targeting U.S.-backed forces in Syria. This is a story that I wish the national media was giving more attention to, because it concerns me. Moscow is deliberately targeting U.S.-backed forces in Syria as part of a military campaign that has killed up to 150 CIA-trained rebels, a U.S. official told Fox News. The claim comes as the U.S. and Russian militaries try to reach an agreement about flight safety in the skies above Syria. Officials from both countries are holding their third video conference this Wednesday as U.S.-led coalition and Russian aircrafts look to avoid collisions as they launch airstrikes into Syria. But even as they do try to deconflict, evidence is mounting that Russia's air campaign is targeting more than just the Islamic State. Putin is deliberately targeting our forces, a U.S. official who is disappointed in the U.S. response to Russia told Fox News National. Our guys are fighting for their lives, said the official, estimating up to 150 CIA-trained moderate rebels have been killed by the Russians. The Obama administration recently ended its troubled program to train select Syrian rebels, but has continued to equip the opposition. Over the weekend, the U.S. military airdropped 50 tons of small arms, ammo, and grenades into northern Syria. So that is what my top story of the top 5 are today. And then Trump Twitter champ is what I have. Trump picked up more followers during the debate last night. than all of the Democrats combined. According to Fox News, the big winner on social media during the Democratic debate was Donald Trump. The GOP frontrunner took to Twitter last night to live tweet during the 2-hour forum. And during that time, he had added 70,000 new followers. There are people out there that don't even have that many followers. That's more than all of the Democratic candidates combined. Happening Now reported, one of my favorite shows. Bernie Sanders far outpaced his rivals, adding 46,000 followers, while Hillary Clinton picked up an additional 10,000, and Joe Biden 3,000, even though he hasn't entered the race. I know I also saw on that graphic that Martin O'Malley picked up 5,000, and the I-10 shooter. According to the I-10 shooter's attorney, Jason Lamb, the I-10 shooter has an alibi that is his grandmother. This is from the AP. Lawyers for a man charged in some of the freeway shootings that put Phoenix area drivers on edge say phone records and family interviews show he wasn't near the crime scenes. Authorities say ballistics tests tied 21-year-old Leslie Allen Merritt Jr. to 4 of the 11 shootings that occurred between August 22nd and September 10th. But Merritt's attorney says cell phone records show their client called his grandmother from his Glendale home just minutes before 2 of the shootings on August 29th. They also say Merritt was asleep at home during at least 1 of 2 of the remaining shootings with which he is charged. They are asking a judge to reconsider his $1 million bail. And the NAU student that we covered so heavily last weekend, he's charged with second-degree murder. Originally, we thought he would be charged with first. Again, from the AP police in northern Arizona, University have filed a formal complaint charging a freshman with second-degree murder in a campus shooting. Stephen Jones initially was charged with first-degree murder in the death of Colin Burrow following a fight on Friday at a fraternity. Police wrote in a complaint released Wednesday that Jones didn't act with premeditation. The complaint also expands the number of assault charges against the 18-year-old Jones from 3 to 6, 2 for each of the 3 other students that were injured in the shooting. His attorney did not immediately respond to a request by the AP for comment today, and funeral services for Colin Burrow are scheduled Friday in Maryland, where he attended high school and played lacrosse. The 20-year-old graduated from Castle Rock High School in Castle Rock, Colorado in 2013. And then here at the bottom you see our Lamar Odom updates. We're going to be bringing you, within the next few minutes, that press conference from Lamar Odom. So we are currently waiting. Let me show you our Lamar Odom. This is Lamar's, we're waiting for Lamar's press conference. And I will create a lower third for that, but no, immediately following Lamar, we're going to have Donald Trump coming up for you. And after that, we have Jude LaCava doing a unique sit-down at Grand Canyon University.
9:37. This is the official time. Somebody left your wallet up here. Is there enough money in here to make it worth our while? No.
Let's go shopping.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Up here at the bench, you have Fire Chief Lewis, Sheriff Worley, I'm under Sheriff Moody. On the back row, you have Detective Fowles, Sergeant Murphy, Detective Eisenloff, and myself, Sergeant Marukowitz. Sheriff Worley will start us off today.
Thank you all for coming. At approximately 3:15 p.m. on October 13th, 2013, let's try that again, since everything was off. At approximately 3:15 p.m. on October 13th, 2015, a call came into the Nye County Dispatch Center, first from Mitzi John, an employee of the Love Ranch, and a second caller, Richard Hunter, media director for Dennis Hoff's Bunny Ranch, requested an ambulance for an unresponsive male experiencing a medical emergency at the Love Ranch. The Love Ranch is located in Crystal, Nevada, approximately 20 miles north of Pahrump in Nevada and in Nye County. During that call, the reporting parties informed the Nye County Sheriff's Office dispatch the male had been using cocaine. They confirmed his usage on Saturday, but was unsure if it had continued through the weekend. They also informed dispatch that he'd used up to 10 tabs of sexual performance enhancer supplements over the last 3-day period. He was unconscious, but breathing. He had blood coming from his nose and his mouth, along with a white substance. An ambulance from Pahrump Valley Fire and Rescue Service arrived at 3:34 p.m., and the patient, identified as Lamar Odom, was stabilized and transported to Desert View Hospital, arriving at 4:16 p.m. The Nye County Sheriff's Office detectives, Corey Fowles and Michael Eisenloff, arrived at the Love Ranch at 3:29 p.m. and conducted an investigation on scene. The detectives spoke with the staff and the manager. After being treated by the physicians, arrangements were made to transport Mr. Odom by Mercy Air helicopter. The Mercy Air helicopter landed at Desert View Hospital approximately 4:37 p.m. However, Mr. Odom was unable to be transported in that fashion due to his stature. He was transported from the hospital at 5:32 p.m. by Pahrump Valley Fire and Rescue by ambulance, and was attended during that transport by Mercy Air flight nurse. He arrived at Sunrise Hospital in Las Vegas, Nevada at 6:24 p.m. And at approximately 9:50 p.m., detectives applied for a search warrant for Mr. Odom's blood. The search warrant was granted by Judge Lane, 5th Judicial District. Detectives immediately drove to Sunrise Hospital and arrived at 12:15 a.m. to serve the search warrant. The search warrant was served at 1:07 a.m. Blood was drawn from Mr. Odom. The blood has been booked into the Nye County Sheriff's Office evidence and is awaiting submission to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Laboratory for processing. At this point, the case is ongoing. We would like to extend our best wishes to Mr. Odom and his family, and we're hoping for a speedy recovery. In a moment, you will hear a 911 call. At the conclusion of this briefing, a copy of the 911 call and a copy of this press release will be available to you on our website. That's NyeCountySheriff'sOffice.com. Please feel free to download it. If you have any questions, you can ask them immediately after the 911 call. And since there are so many media representatives, please choose your questions wisely. We are in a time crunch. David, would you play the tape?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you if he's still breathing and have someone from inside the apartment call me but give them sort of stress test, or do you can take the phone out there right now? I think I'll take it on the phone. It cuts out and it doesn't work anymore, so. It's more than that now. I'm sorry, I'm talking to my partner. They got an ambulance case already. It's still working now. But he must be on drugs or... I'm here, but keep setting out. Do they have a phone there? Hello? Hello? If you can hear me, I can't hear you. If you can hear me, I can't hear you. Okay, are you the party in the ambulance? Hello? Can you hear me now? I can hardly hear you. Are you the party in the ambulance? Hold on, sir.
Probably this is another dispatch here. Okay, were you able to find out any more about his condition? Yes, he is breathing regularly. He sounds like he's snoring a little bit, but he is breathing consistently. He's got a little bit of fluid coming from his nose and his mouth. It's got a red coloring to it. I wouldn't say it's a deep red like blood. It's more kind of a pinkish color. And that's coming out of both his mouth and his nose? Yes, I specifically saw it come out of his nose. I can't say for sure I saw it come out of his mouth, but he's kind of breathing with his mouth open a little bit. He's over on his side, snoring but breathing regularly, and he's made a few sounds. I'm trying to speak to him, and he's, I'm kind of hearing like a couple of, I don't know, whimpers is the right word or something like that. But he's still unconscious. Yeah, well, he's in a deep sleep for sure, yeah. I know CPR, but there's no reason to do that if he's breathing regularly, right? No, not at this time. Okay. Okay, and so which side do you have him turned on? His right side. Okay, can you see if you can get him on his left side? Okay. Now, here's the thing. This cellular, and it's an cordless phone, and it loses a signal. Is it better to have you call me on a cell phone that I know I can stand by him and talk to you at the same time? That'd be better if you could just call in on the cell phone. So will I call you and then they'll reconnect me to you? Yep. Okay, I'll just call 911 from my cell phone, right? Yep. Okay, do it right now. Okay, I'll stay on the line with you or should I hang up? You can go ahead and hang up. Okay, call right back. 911, where's your emergency? Yes, I was just reconnecting. Is it, was that you all was talking to? Yes, it was. Okay. All right, you guys come. I'm back with them. Yeah, on the west side if you can. I've got white, he's got some kind of white stuff coming out of his mouth. A bunch of white stuff coming out of his nose. He's been taking, guys, on each one of you grab a leg. I need to move him down on this side. One on his left side. Hang out all the way around this side. Oh, okay, keep him there. Okay, do you know if he took anything right before this happened? Okay, so here's what I got. They just handed me something called Reload, 72 hours strong, sexual performance enhancer for men. I mean, this is some sort of packaged supplement. let me ask TJ, how many brothels? Okay, like at a time? So I just gave you the northern dosage, and they're saying you can probably take in 10 over a 3-day period of time. Okay, so we'll go ahead and just keep a close eye on his breathing, and if he happens to stop breathing or becomes conscious again or anything else like that, just give us a call back on your cell phone, okay? Could you just, I'm sorry, someone was saying something to me, could you just repeat that last bit back? Yeah, just keep a close eye on his breathing, and if he stops breathing or it gets worse or he gains consciousness, just give us a call back on 911 on your cell. And real quick, can I get your cell number? Sure.
Begin redaction. End redaction.
And we do have help on the way. Okay, now they just add this to it. They just told me that somebody just came up to me and said that he apparently had some cocaine on him that has been finished on, he did this on Saturday. He's been alert. Let me ask the question, guys. Since that happened on Saturday, he's been awake, alert, conscious. Yeah. Okay, so since then, what I just told you, he's been alert, conscious, and all that. So one, hopefully, didn't have anything to do with the other there. So as far as you know, there was no cocaine since Saturday? That is correct. Since Saturday, yes? No, the cocaine not since Saturday. That's what he's asking. As far as you know, not since Saturday. He was fine on Sunday. Yeah, that's correct, sir. Okay. Well, just keep a close eye on him, and we give us up on the way, okay? Okay. Do you have your bet on your feet? No, I don't really have an ETA for you, sir. Okay. Okay. All right. We're going to keep an eye on him, and then I'll call you back to meet you. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Now we're open to questions.
Is there a chance that someone at the brothel will be held liable for what happened to Lamar Odom?
That's possible at the end of our investigation if we find that that someone at the brothel is responsible. Then yes, of course they would be. But we're only after the truth here. So we need to find out at the end of the investigation. We'll be able to let you know what happened.
What was found in the suite?
What was that?
What was found when you executed the search warrant for the suite where Mr. Odom was?
The search warrant was for blood, and that blood is going to go into the laboratory and be tested.
Did you not search the suite he was in?
Yes, but we didn't have a search warrant for that. It was part of the scene.
So you can't, can you say whether there was any drug paraphernalia or any sort of, any substances or anything that was on the property?
Well, I'm sorry, at this time it's an ongoing investigation, and I decline that.
Have the results of the blood come back yet?
No, the blood has just barely been taken to the lab.
Is it common for brothels to provide these Viagra-like supplements, or do you know if this brothel did provide those, or he brought them on his own?
I only know just exactly what the tape had to say at the moment, and it really didn't say. So that's also part of the ongoing investigation. We're really not sure what type of medication that he was taking.
You know what condition he's in right now, currently?
What was that?
What condition he's in right now?
No, I don't know right now.
Other than the anecdotal reports of cocaine, did you have any other evidence of cocaine, and can you tell us what you suspect, how much?
I'm sorry, it was part of an ongoing investigation, and I can't release that right now.
Could this be classified as a possible overdose?
Not until we get the toxicology back. I'm sure that the hospital knows a little more than we do right now.
If someone at the brothel held back that they knew he was doing drugs, would they face charges for obstructing justice or something like that?
They could be if we found out that that were true.
Are there any laws concerning illegal drug use inside brothels?
Yes.
What are those laws?
Well, obviously, it's a privileged license, as well as being providing a Schedule 2 or 3 substance to someone, whether they bought it or whether it was given.
Has your office have had problems with this Love Ranch
Not really, no.
Will you be getting a search warrant for the brothel?
I really can't say at this time.
Is it possible they could lose their license, the brothel?
Yes, it's possible if they're found of any wrongdoing. That's up to the county commissioners, and it would be brought to the county commissioners, and they would make the final decision on the license.
So where are you in the investigation? Have you spoken to the women who are with him? Have you spoken to all of the staff? Or do you still have to do that?
Some of the investigation has been concluded. However, the entire investigation has not. So therefore, that's kind of a half and half answer.
Well, and we were told by the folks there that Lamar Odom wanted to be alone and was alone for perhaps 12 hours or so. So is that the main focus, or do you want to look at all of the days that he was there?
We're going to be looking at the entire situation, how he actually came to be where he is now.
Have you guys spoken to any of the family members of Lamar yet to find out what his condition was like beforehand going into the brothel?
I have not, but I'm not conducting the investigation, and at this time, I'm not aware of it.
Yeah, Lamar faced charges for drug possession if it's determined it's cocaine.
What was that again?
Could Lamar face charges for possession if it's determined it's cocaine?
That's distinctly possible.
Do you know how much alcohol he could have consumed? Is that been part of the investigation? Do you know how much he had that day?
I'm sorry, I didn't get all that.
How much alcohol he had the day he just found unresponsive? Or
I-
had he been drinking alcohol?
I really don't know.
Could you explain why he couldn't fit in the helicopter? I mean, why couldn't he be squeezed in some way? Because obviously that costs an hour in getting him treatment.
It's very tight in a helicopter, and he's a very large man. There's the way that helicopter is put together, the packaging goes into the fuselage, the smallest portion of it. And I'm going to let Chief Lewis answer that question for you.
Good afternoon. This is not a situation in response to your question of a particular type of helicopter as a single unit. All the air programs within the Valley, including the one that operates here in Pahrump specifically, is an Augusta 109 platform, and the interiors are configured in the same way as far as the patient compartment. In this particular case, originally we had requested a helicopter when Medic 5 received the initial report. They were still en route. We learned that the closest helicopter was unavailable to us. Therefore, our paramedic team continued to respond and manage the call until they returned back to Desert View Hospital, where patient care was then transferred to the Desert View ER staff. That helicopter we spoke of a little earlier then became available and responded to Desert View, landing at the helipad that's designated there. And it was immediately a part of our equation as whether or not we would be able to successfully place this patient into this particular type of aircraft. And again, it's not from the restraints of that particular ship, but just the nature of the platforms in general. When it was determined that it would not be prudent, given the appropriate patient care requirements and the overall stature of this particular patient, it was found to be most prudent to transport by ground, however, utilizing the advanced care provided by the Mercy Air staff.
Did Lamar's heart stop at any point?
I'm not aware of any cessation of heart rhythm.
Surveillance footage? I mean, I know there was, and did you see it, and what did it show? Surveillance footage of the wreck?
I am not privy to any surveillance information whatsoever.
En route to the hospital this sunrise, what type of procedures were done in the ambulance to hopefully keep him alive? Was there any CPR? Was there any drugs that were given to him to keep his heart going or keep him going?
The base of the patient care provider was established at Desert View Hospital. It was maintained throughout, and the transport was carried out without incident. There was no indications of an arrest of any type, and the medications were maintained at the nurse level provided throughout the course. It was actually a delivery to the Sunrise Hospital without incident.
Do you know exactly what herbal supplement he was using?
I do not.
How much time before the first 911 call and when the ambulance was able to arrive?
Dispatch was approximately 15 minutes we were on location, and it's approximately a 19-mile travel distance between our closest station, which is located on the north end of the valley, to the door where the patient was found.
And was he breathing?
The patient was breathing, yes.
Can anyone describe up there what Mr. Odom was like when he first arrived? And was this at all close to becoming a coroner's case?
I was not one of the emergency responders on location, so I will defer that question to one of the detectives.
In response to that question, Detective Fowles and myself arrived after the patient was already picked up by the ambulance and they had actually departed the Love Ranch. We conducted our investigation right after that, and any knowledge that I could or am actually not able to share with you right now was obtained. But yes, we do know what this condition was, but because of the fact that it's an active investigation, I cannot share this right now.
As far as you know, was he alone when he entered the ranch, or did he have friends or associates with him?
Was he alone at the time of...
Yeah, when he entered the ranch, or did he have friends with him or anything like that?
We have knowledge of that, but again, due to the fact that it's an open investigation, I don't feel comfortable sharing that at this time.
And what day did he arrive at the ranch?
On Saturday.
And how many medical calls do you guys get each year from any of these brothels? Is this something that happens every once in a while, or can you give us any kind of number on that?
I don't have any exact statistics, however, it appears that our medical calls to any of the brothels are actually very, very low.
Do you look into his mental state, whether he was suicidal or whether he was depressed at the time, and whether this was possibly a suicide attempt?
Yes, that's all part of an investigation of this nature.
What were you looking for when you executed the search warrant to draw blood?
The presence of anything that would explain the reason for his condition.
The herbal supplement, was that known to cause a decrease in blood pressure?
I wish I could give you an answer to that, but that is why we have medical professionals to look into those matters and report back to us as part of our investigation.
And do you know, in the course of your investigation, what exact herbal supplement was being used?
That is still under investigation, and I cannot share that right now.
Do you have a timeline on how long the toxicology will take?
We use the Las Vegas Metropolitan's forensic lab, and they are a very busy establishment, and it usually takes several weeks.
Was there any drug or narcotic paraphernalia found?
I cannot share that, I'm sorry.
Can you tell us what the condition of the room was when you entered it?
Nothing of any major concern.
Why was he taking a sunrise and not UMC trauma?
That I could not answer you. I'm sure there's a reason for that, and I don't have the answer to that.
Can you explain how critical it is the time? Obviously, being airlifted is the better option. I mean, how bad is it that he had to be transported by ambulance?
I could only speculate on that, and I mean, logic would obviously dictate that that would be better, but there's circumstances that cause certain things to be possible and other things to not be possible.
As the detective involved in this investigation, have you spoken with any members of his family, the Kardashian family? How were they contacted and notified about him being rushed to the hospital?
Yes, we have made some preliminary contact with somebody of that family. I cannot disclose who, but that stage of the investigation has not even really begun yet.
What was their initial reaction?
They were understandably distraught over the circumstances.
We've heard reports Chloe's making medical decisions for him. Can you confirm, or anyone here confirm that?
I have no knowledge about that.
Have you spoken to the two women who were with him over the course of the 3 or 4 days?
Yes.
And is that portion of the investigation complete, or are they persons of interest or people that you need to continue to speak with?
There is a distinct possibility that there is follow-up investigation in that regard.
Do you know where he got the herbal supplements? He bought them there, came.
We were advised that they were obtained at the establishment.
As well as the cocaine?
That we do not know yet. Still under investigation.
Are the supplements legal, as far as you know?
As far as I know, they are, yes.
Can you characterize what those two women said, the witnesses? What sort of weekend was he having? What was he up to?
No, I don't feel comfortable sharing those statements yet due to the ongoing investigation, which may or may go one way or the other.
When will the media be getting an electronic copy of the 911 call?
It's my understanding that they will be made available today on our website.
Can you repeat the website again, too? Because somebody was having trouble getting into it.
Yes.
NyeCountySheriff'sOffice.com.
Can we get everyone's names and spellings and titles? It's
put it on the website for you if you'd like. Probably easier that way.
That would be great.
No,
Thank you.
he was out of brothel. He was found, I know when you guys arrived on scene, he was already transported, but was he clothed? Was this happen during an act or anything?
Well, we do know what his state was, and I don't feel comfortable sharing that information right now.
I was told that he had been left alone around 6 a.m., that he wanted to be alone in the room, and that the next time somebody came into the room was around 3 o'clock. So is there any way to determine how long he had been in that condition, in that state on his bed?
Based on what you just related to me, that is the information that we have approximately, and there's going to be further investigation to corroborate that, yes.
Do you have any phone calls from anyone who was at the ranch?
That's still under investigation.
Can you give us any update on his current condition?
No, I'm sorry, you can't.
Do you know if Lamar was visited by anyone during his time at the ranch? Is that something you're looking into as well?
We have preliminary information in that regard, and it's still under investigation in order to corroborate that information.
Can you say what items of Lamar's you took away for investigation as well after he was taken to hospital?
No, I cannot. Thank you.
I was asked to offer an explanation again regarding the helicopter. The platform utilized by all the local helicopter providers is an Augusta 109 platform. It has a standardized patient compartment that is mounted within that particular aircraft. It is set up for that type of operation. However, in this particular matter, it was unavailable on the first leg of this particular incident. When it did become available, it was brought to Desview Hospital. There was quite an extensive evaluation as to whether or not it would be most prudent going by flight or by ground. I would like to stress that the level of care provided was exactly the same. There was no loss or diminished care level provided by going by ground. It clearly just differentiated in a little bit of the timeline on the travel distance, and well, not the distance, but the time to get to the hospital. But again, care was provided exactly the same.
Were you trying to get him into the helicopter, or was it a discussion before trying?
No, there was an actual test, if you will, or an attempt to place that patient into the aircraft. However, again, given the care that was required, along with his stature, it was a relatively quick conclusion. It allows a number of different things to occur within the anatomy to assist the patient in those particular situations that was described with the scenario.
That care, with that suggestion of roll them over, is that consistent with what you do when someone is overdosing?
It's,
has alcohol poisoning?
it's not necessarily a limitation to that type of diagnosis.
But it includes that?
It could include aspects of that, yes. Oh, as far as the question regarding UMC versus Sunrise Hospital, that was at the discretion of the ER physician, given the parameters of the symptoms that the patient displayed, as well as the care level that was anticipated he would be required to have. That's how we determine which facility. Actually, we don't determine that. The ER physician, in conjunction with receiving hospital physicians, determine that level of care.
Further plans right now for any more press conferences tomorrow?
I will defer to the sheriff.
Not at this time. We will have another press conference when we come to some conclusions. I know that you all would like to know what our final disposition is going to be on this case. And I want to thank you all for coming. And
Can you spelling your names before you go? I mean, just since we're all here right now.
Sure. What?
Sheriff, yeah, can you say your name? And
My name is Sharon Worley, Wehrly.
The last name is spelled Eisenloffel.
Your first name?
Michael.
And all of this information will be on the website.
One more thing, Sheriff. Do you know how Lamar got there? Did he travel on his own, or?
Well, at this time, I'd prefer not to answer that question, although we do know. Okay. Thank you all for coming. And we'll conclude.
Is the transcript on the website, or is that handed out?
And we're going to quickly transition to Trump here in a minute. This concludes our Lamar Odom update. And Trump is currently speaking right now in Richmond, Virginia.
That eventually, you know, I want to get the word. He just said you will. I will. It's not even going to be that hard. It's not all it takes common sense. It takes business ability, and we're going to treat people well. You know, I say I'm a conservative with heart because we're going to have that great health care program, but we're going to take care of everyone. We're going to take care of people. And people are going to pay much less and get it so good. We're going to take care of so many things. But I like to say conservative with heart because a lot of people think if you're Republican, you don't have heart. You're mean. You're horrible people. It doesn't work that way. I've gone over my plans, and somebody said, oh, well, that's not conservative. You know, it's sort of interesting. You have a group called Club for Growth. I talk about it. Club for Growth. I never even heard of it. This guy comes up to my office, right? And he sits down. Nice guy. I think he was an ex-congressman, so he knows how to talk. That's all they do is talk. They're all talk, no action, except for the politicians currently in this room, of which we have plenty. They're great. In fact, Dave Bratt. Where's Dave Bratt? He's great. And I was just with his family and his children and his wife, and I tell you, he's done a great job. There's a guy, he shows you can do things. I mean, who would have thought that? That's never happened before, what he did. So I just give him just a lot of credit. But I have to go. Okay, so Patrick Henry, we talked, great, right? Then you have Thomas Jefferson. That's pretty good, right? Thomas Jefferson, man. Then you have James Madison, principal author of the Constitution. That's pretty good. And then you have George Washington. That's pretty good, right? George Washington, you know. It's pretty amazing, you know. When you think of Virginia, just pretty amazing. So I tell the stories, and I love these stories because it shows how important it is. I'm self-funding my campaign, okay? I'm the only one. And I see all of the guys that are competing with me, and some of them are nice, although some of them have hit me really hard. I mean, you know, they're asking me for contributions, and then as soon as I run, it's like a couple of them. Like Perry, he went wild. He was a nice guy. Governor Perry. Didn't work out too well for him, but he really hit me. And then Lindsey Graham, I thought he was a nice guy, but he hit me. He made speeches about Trump because they want to get their numbers up, not working. And every case they've gone down. They've all gone down. Man, can you imagine if I'm president? Everybody that plays tough with us, they're all going down. Right? That's nice. Right? But I look at what's going on, and I see so much, and I see the way the politicians are controlled. Don't forget, I was the perfect person. I was like central casting. Because before I ran, I was on the A-list. I contributed a tremendous amount. I got along well with Democrats, with liberals, with conservatives. That was my job. Somebody said, but you gave money to a Democrat. Of course I did. I get along with everybody. One of the magazines said he's a world-class businessman. You can't have fights. You got to get along. I was told by Hillary in a speech recently. I was told same day by Jeb that we don't like his tone. His tone. I built this incredible company, and I built it. And you'll see, because a book comes out on November 3rd, which is your election day, by the way, so go out and vote. Make sure the right people get it. So important. It actually comes out. It comes out at election. It's going to be great. It's actually a tough name, Crippled America. It's a tough name, but it tells you how we're going to fix it and how we're going to go about it. But I'm self-funding. It's so important. I was in Iowa a few weeks ago, and I said to the people, I feel so foolish. These people want to give me millions and millions of dollars. And, you know, it's sort of like anti-me. It's like, why wouldn't I take it? I always take money. That's what I do. I take money. That's how you become rich, right? These guys know. Millions of dollars. So I said to the group and I, we had 5,000 people in an auditorium like this. I said, look, here's the story. I feel a little bit stupid when I don't take all this money. I said, supposing I take it, just supposing, and I promise I won't do anything for them. And they all stood up and they said, no, no. I couldn't believe it. I thought I talked them into it. But the truth is, I love what I'm doing. I love that I'm self-funding because I'm not controlled by anybody. I'm not controlled. Controlled by you. And I'm controlled by you. I'm going to do the right thing. And you've heard me talking about the Ford plant. Have you heard that story? The Ford plant. Because I love it. But Ford, you want it again? Should I do it again? I just think it's good. So Ford closes a lot of plants. They're building a $2.5 billion plant in Mexico. It's all right. Except what do we get out of it? And they're going to make cars and trucks and parts, and they're going to send them into the United States and other places. How does that help us? We all go to good, I went to Wharton, you all went to good schools, and if you didn't go to good schools, if you never graduated from high school, you know it is not good for us. And a $2.5 billion plant in Mexico, that's a big plant. So they're going to suck our jobs away. They're going to make cars, trucks, and parts in Mexico. And I said to myself, what would happen if a Rubio or a Bush or a Hillary were president? So here's what happens. They would know it's no good. They would all know it's no good. And they'd say, no, 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 we can't let that happen. And the following hour, they'd be called by a lobbyist who gave them $5 million. They'd be called by the special interest that gave them $10 million. They'd be called by one of their donors who owns stock in Ford or whatever, who gave them $1 million. And they'd say, Mr. President, you can't do that. They were very helpful in your campaign to become president. You can't do that. And you know what's going to happen? He'll say, or she'll say, I have to do it. And they'll say, no, no, you can't do it. And he'll say, okay, I won't. And the plant is going to be built. Now, let's do the other alternative. Trump is president. They haven't given me anything. Okay, let's assume. Let's assume. So I call the head of Ford. I say, I wouldn't even use my guys for this. This is too easy. Honestly, it's too easy. So I call the head of Ford. I say, you're building a plant. You're going to employ thousands of people, but you're not employing people in the United States. You're employing other people. And I think that's fine. But tell me how we benefit. He'll be unable to explain it. Believe me, he cannot explain. Not to me, he can't. Believe me. I'll say, listen, I want you to build a plant in Michigan, or I want you to build a plant here, or I don't care. I want it in the United States. I don't want to lose. I'm tired of the jobs with NAFTA and all of these crazy deals we make. I'm tired of these jobs, the new one that we're just trying to approve. I'm tired of these jobs like a vacuum cleaner. They suck the jobs out of the country. They suck our money out of the country. We have nothing. We have nothing. We're like a third world country. Our airports, our roads, our bridges are falling down. 61% of our bridges are in trouble. Do you believe this? We drive over a bridge, it's in trouble. So I would say to him the following. I won't use his name because he happens to be a very good guy. But I would say, let me just tell you something. I want you to build it in the United States. I don't want you leaving. And if you do leave, and if you insist on leaving, you're not bringing those cars over free. You're not. You're not doing it. Remember the trade deficit. Remember here, we're talking $45 to $50 billion a year. You're not bringing those cars over free. We're going to charge you a 35% tax on every car, truck, and part that you bring over. Now, I believe in free trade. I'm a free trader. But I also want smart trade, and I want fair trade. It's got to be fair trade. Free is good all over, but it's got to be fair so we can compete. So what happens is the following. He will call up and say, no, 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 we won't do that, Mr. President. I'll then be hit by every person I know in Washington, all of whom have given me nothing. In fact, I've given most of them, the lobbyists. I know all these people. But now they'll call, and I'll say, no, 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 we got to do the right thing. Then I'll be called by everybody else, but I haven't taken their money. I owe them nothing. I only owe you people. I owe you in particular with that wonderful location. Right? And I'll say the following. I'm saying, no, we want you to build that plant in the United States. It's going to be built in the United States. They'll say no. I guarantee you within 24 hours, probably by 5 o'clock that afternoon, assuming it's made at 12. They like to call around lunchtime so they can have a drink and convince the politicians what to do. Assuming the call is made at 12, probably by 5 o'clock, they will say, yes, Mr. President, we've agreed, we're going to build in the United States. The only thing that could change is they're pretty tough negotiators, so it may take an extra day. They may wait till 5 o'clock the following. That's the only thing. They can't do anything. We have the cards. See, what people don't realize, Obama thinks that they have the cards. We have the cards. China has created one of the greatest thefts in the history of the world. It's true. They have sucked our economy dry. And if you want to do business in China, and I have many friends that are manufacturers, and I love these guys, and they're great manufacturers, and they call me all the time, they cannot get their product into China. They can't do it. And when they do, there's a big tax. And we're like the dummies. Oh, bring it in, just flood it in, come on in. And then they do their currency manipulation, which is one of the reasons that the trade pact doesn't work. Hillary Clinton was listening to my speech. She was in favor of it 44 times. And then yesterday, 2 days ago, she came out against the trade pact. You know why? Because if she has to debate me, she knows she's going to get killed on that pact. Killed. And I have to hand it to Hillary Clinton. You're going to all be angry. I have to hand it to her. It took great courage for her to go against President Obama on the trade pact. You know why? Because maybe she gets indicted. Because she is being totally protected by the Democrats because what she did is illegal. And you look at General Petraeus. He did 5%. A friend of mine very familiar with the whole subject, with the emails. General Petraeus did 5% of what she did, and they've destroyed his life. Other people have done far less, and the life is destroyed. So the Democrats are just protecting her. There's no reason for this. Now, I'd want it to go a fair investigation, let everything be fair. But what's happened is absolutely crazy. So let's see if she might have done okay last night. She did. She did okay because nobody attacked her. Nobody attacked her. There was no attack. You know, in my debate, I hate to say because we're live on CNN, they're going to want it, but in my debate, they said, Mr. Trump, what do you think of this that the man next to you said? And then they go to him and they said, Donald Trump called you a horrible human being. How do you respond? It was like a reality television show. Whereas last night, they'd ask a question, they'd get an answer. They'd ask a question. With me, everything was an attack. It's crazy. And yet every poll said I won that debate, so I'm very happy with that. But every poll, Drudge, Time Magazine, Slate, every poll. But it was a whole different story. So we have to do something about that. Let me give you one other quick story. Nabisco, Oreos, right? Nabisco, right? Oreos. They're closing their big plant in Chicago. They're moving it to Mexico. I'll never eat another Oreo again, ever, ever. So I'm going to talk to them. I mean, I don't want their cookies made and sold. I just don't want it. It's unfair to us. Chicago is losing this large plant. It's going to another country. We have a thing called corporate inversion. That's where companies have trillions and trillions of dollars outside of the United States, okay? Trillions. They think minimum $2.5 trillion. I think it's much more than that. It's covered in my tax plan, corporate inversion. We have people and we have companies. You know, in the old days, they'd move from New York to Florida, from New Jersey to Texas, whatever. Now they move from the United States to foreign countries. They take all those jobs. And one of the reasons they're moving is because they can't get the money that they made outside of the United States back into this country. And you know that every single politician practically in Washington agrees, Democrats, Republicans, they all agree that we should allow it to come back. It's good. Let them have them. They can't agree. And you know why they can't agree? Because we don't have a leader in the White House. That's really why. We don't have a leader. This is a situation where every single politician practically wants it to come, and they can't agree. So we're doing something wrong. But really what it is, it's leadership. It's leadership. You get them into a room and you get something done. So things are happening in this country that people haven't seen happen in 50 years. I got a call the other day from a tremendous reporter, one of the few honest ones. And he said, how does it feel? I said, how does what feel? What you've done. Because think of this. You know what? And they'll tell you. Everyone's surprised. I've spent so little money and I'm leading every poll, every state, everything. Why? In fact, you know, I was supposed to, in my own, I had a budget, because I like budgets. You know, I'm a business person. We all have budgets, right? I thought I'd have spent about $25 million up until this point. You know what I spent? Like nothing. Because I was going to spend a tremendous amount on advertising. But we've gone so far, and the polls and everything are so good, and the crowds are so great, I don't like to waste money. What's the purpose of spending? And I get so much on television. It's true. Tonight I'm doing O'Reilly if you're home. O'Reilly, he's great. Good guy. But I spend so much, like I'll do interviews. Now, an interview is better than a commercial. Don't we agree? Right? It's better. Commercial, you turn it off, you go home. I mean, I look at some of these guys. They've spent tens of millions of dollars, and they've got 1%. So I said to myself, you know, is it good to talk about how little we spent? Or is it bad? In one way, they say, oh, he should have spent more. But in one way, I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud of it. Very proud. Now, I'll spend as we need to, but it's great. I mean, think of it. I've spent the least of anybody or just about, and I'm first place. Is that good? Right? Right? And I don't mean first place by a little bit. You know, there was a guy, any baseball fans in the audience? We got some good kids. Okay. Did anybody ever hear of Charles O. Finley, the great Charles O. Finley, right? The Oakland A's. He had the lowest payroll in baseball, the lowest payroll, and he won the World Series 3 times. He had Reggie Jackson, sold him to the Yankees. He had Catfish Hunter, sold him to the Yankees. George Steinbrenner, who was one of my best friends and a great guy, he used to say, this guy's brutal. Donald, he doesn't spend any money, and he's like killing us. And George would always buy his players, but he bought them at the top, you know. But George did just fine. George did great. George was great. But there's a guy, the lowest payroll, now think of it, by far, in baseball. And yet he had the best team. And he won 3 World Series, I think, in a row, right? Charles O. Finley. There's something beautiful about that, to me. To me, there's something beautiful about that. So we'll spend whatever we have to spend. I mean, one of the things that happened that's so incredible, I did Meet the Press. Nice, Chuck Todd. He had his highest ratings in 4.5 years. He called up our office. He said, thank you. Can you believe it? I saved his job. I saved his job. It's true. It's true. And I did the same job. I did This Week with George Stephanopoulos. They got tremendous ratings. The other shows were dying. They were dying. This is 2 weeks ago. But they asked me a question, just to show you it's so terrible. They said, Mr. Trump, now you got to understand, leading all the polls, getting the biggest crowds, everybody's going crazy. They said, Mr. Trump, is there any way that you'd get out of the race? And I said to myself, now think of it. Who would be asked that question? One of the commentators said, who would be asked that? If you're in first place, would anybody else but me be asked that question? Is that terrible? So they said, is there any way that you'd get out of the race? I said, that's a strange question, but I thought I'd give a very honest answer. And I said very, very honestly, look, we're number one, but if we weren't, and if everything went down, the polls, the crowds, if you don't call anymore because you don't want interviews because it's over, like some of the guys we're running against. I mean, honestly, if I was some of those guys, what's the purpose? I don't know. Do they gain something by having zero? Do they gain something and going in a debate? They call it the children's debate. Guys like Pataki, he's got zero. Guys like Rand, I hate to say it, he attacked me. He was much higher when he attacked, right? But he went down. I mean, so many. I don't want to use names. I refuse to embarrass anybody. Okay. But so I said to him, so if for some reason everything just tanked and I went down, I'd certainly consider it. Next day headlines, Trump considering leaving. It's so dishonest. And actually it took a couple of unbelievable polls to stop it. It took a couple of unbelievable polls, which I get all the time. I said, wait a minute, I didn't say that. But they put out stuff, and it's so false and so disgusting. And remember this, much of the press that I've met have been terrific people and honorable people. I've met some amazing people, like 30%, okay? Then you have 30% who are okay, and, you know, they do their job. But you have, I'd say, 10 to 15 to 20% who are truly bad people. They're dishonest. They're horrible human beings. They know it's not a question of being lazy or anything. They actually go out of their way to write false stories. And somebody asked me today, I did an interview today, and they said, what's been your biggest surprise? I said, I don't know my biggest surprise, but my most pleasant surprise is how brilliant the public is. They get it. The public gets it. They really get it. But it's been tremendous fun. I was going to tell you before, so a friend of mine said, how do you do that? How do you speak? No teleprompters, no this, no that, and you just speak. I say, it's amazing. And by the way, no disrespect, but every place I go, you would love these people. Whether it's Alabama, whether it's Dallas, whether it's all of the Oklahoma, it's like all the same. They're incredible people. You're incredible people. They want to see, it's true. It's true. They want to see our country be great again. They know it can be. They want to see it happen. They want to see victories. We don't win with anything. We don't win with ISIS. We don't win with Iraq. We don't win with Libya. We don't win with Yemen. Wait till you see that. And they are going into Saudi Arabia, folks, in case you had it. And by the way, we will defend Saudi Arabia, and we will defend them for nothing, even though they make $1 billion a day. Those days are going to stop. I ordered 4,000 television sets recently. They come from South Korea. South Korea makes a fortune as a country, a fortune. We defend them. We have 28,000 soldiers on the line. And we have this maniac on the other side. We have our soldiers right between. They pay us like nothing. We defend Germany. A lot of people don't even know. We defend Germany. They're a behemoth economically, a behemoth. We defend them. We defend Japan. Free. They give us nothing, relatively. They give us like virtually nothing. We defend them. And you say to yourself, why? And here's the thing interesting with Japan. I love Japan. It's great. Well, let's work, but work something out. Help us out. Give us something. We can get rid of all these deficits. We can make. We can make. True. And then you have the stupid people say, oh, you can't ask for that. They're a sovereign nation. Sure they are. They got to help us out. But here's the deal we have with Japan. We will defend them with our lives, with our money. We will defend them to the death. If they get attacked, we will fight. We have to fight. If we get attacked, they don't have to do anything. That's right. That's like Sergeant Bergdahl. We got a guy. It's true. No, it's true. We have a guy, 6 young people, great people, were killed looking for him. We get Bergdahl, they get 5 of the great killers that they've wanted for 10 years, right? These are the deals that we make because we have leadership that doesn't know what the hell it's doing. Now, in the old days, with Bergdahl, who was a traitor, it was treason. You shoot him, you get shot. You've been reading the news over the last couple of days. They think he won't even get jail time anymore. Well, you know, he had some psychological difficulty. They don't really know what happened. Wasn't feeling so good. We are just heading in the wrong direction. So, you look around at all the people that are here tonight, and you remember, because it's happening. Things are happening. It's a movement. It's a movement. It's absolutely a movement. I get calls, and I was going to tell you, from a highly respected guy. He said, Mr. Trump, could I ask you one question? Reporter, one of the biggest. How does it feel? I said, how does what feel? What you've done has never been done before in politics. You're an outsider. You came in. They call it the summer of Trump, right? I hear that. I mean, it's right? They said it's never been done. And this is the top guy. He said, never been done. How does it feel? I said, I'll be honest. To me, it doesn't feel anything because unless we win, I've wasted my time. And he said, no, you haven't. What you've done is incredible. By the way, that was a while ago. He still hasn't written the story. I think he's afraid to write the story. You want to know the truth. But he said, what you've done is incredible. And I said, I understand what you're saying, but I'm telling you, unless I win, meaning unless we win in the primaries, and we can't have these politicians any longer. We just can't do it. We can't do it. We can't do it. All talk, no action, no ability. They've got one ability. They've got an ability to get reelected. That's their only ability. That's what they have to do. They have to get reelected. So I said, and I told him, if I don't win, I consider it to be a massive failure. That means primaries, that means win the election. Because otherwise, hey, we've all had a lot of fun, but nothing's going to happen. I watched Hillary last night with, we're going to give this, we're going to give that, we're going to give that. The poor woman, she's got to give everything away because this maniac that was standing on her right is giving everything away, so she's following. That's what's happening. This socialist / communist, okay? Nobody wants to say it. No. No, in all fairness to her, she's standing there listening to this guy. He's going to tax you people at 90%. He's going to take everything. And nobody's heard the term communist. But you know what? I call him a socialist / communist, okay? Because that's what he is. So then you see her stand up. Now it's her turn. And she goes, oh, I'm going to do that too. I'm going to do that too. I'm going to do that. Because you got to win. Because she's not doing so well. And in a head-to-head poll, they just did that. I beat her by 5 or 6 points. I love it. I love it. But we have to be careful. So here's the story. You're going to look around. You're going to remember this night. Because as a very important person told me, this is not just crowds gathered. This is a movement. There's a movement going on. When you're leading by 20 and 25 points in all these states, when you're leading in South Carolina by 20, when you're leading in all of these places, Nevada, and leading with the Hispanics, because they know I create jobs, and they're here legally, and they don't want people taking their houses and running all over the place. They want what they have, and they want it to get better, and they want jobs. So when we're leading by 20 points, 25, one of the polls had us 40% above everybody else. That's a massive number. Those are massive numbers. And as this person said, this is a movement. This is no longer we're playing games. This is a movement. You know, they all said, oh, he's never going to run. He's got a wonderful life. Well, yeah, I do. But they said he's never going to run. Then he'll never file Form A. Form A is where you sign your life away. I signed Form A. Then they say, oh, he'll never put in his financials because he's probably not as wealthy as people thought, right? So I have almost 100 pages of financials. Then they said, oh, he'll put them in, but he'll put them in way late. So I put them in ahead of schedule. I could have had many months after that. By the way, some of these guys that I'm running against, they put them in late. It's a one page. And they're late. They needed extensions. It's a true story. But they say he'll never put in his financials. And I was so happy to put him in. In fact, if I didn't run, I might have put him in because I like to tell people, I did a good job. You know? I did a good job. So I put in my financials, and all of these guys, the pundits, I call them the talking heads. You know, they get paid. They don't know what the hell they're doing, many of them. So they're all devastated because they said he wasn't running. He'll never file. He'll never this. He'll never do that. So I put in my financials, and it turns out that my company is much bigger, better, stronger, better, like much bigger than anyone ever thought. It's fantastic. Like we even come down here. We have the biggest winery on the East Coast. We have the great land on the Potomac River. They don't know that. You people know it because you're from Virginia, but no matter where I go, I have property coming out of my ears. It's true. And I have very little debt, great cash flow. And I'm not saying that to brag. I'm saying that because that's the kind of thinking we need in the country. It's true. That's the kind of thinking. Thank you. If you think of some of the countries we talked about, if you think of, let's say instead of losing in terms of China, let's say instead of losing 350 to 400 billion a year in trade deficits, let's say we broke even, okay? Do you know what that means? Does anyone have any idea what that means? Let's say instead of losing with Japan $75 billion a year, let's say we broke even. Let's say they agreed to take more of our product so we can equalize. Not that it's a one-way street, and it's easy. And we have the cards because we can say, we don't want your cars anymore. I'm sorry, we have all the cars. They wouldn't know what to do. So we're going to do a job. I give you my word. I don't care about my company. It's peanuts compared to what this is so much more. I have wonderful children, Ivanka, Don, Eric. My kids are wonderful. My wife is wonderful. But my 3 older kids that I just mentioned, they'll run it with my executives. It doesn't mean anything to them anymore. It doesn't mean. It's peanuts. I want to save this. I want to do such a great job. I want to make you people so proud of this country again. So proud. So proud. So look around at all the people here. Look around at the people next to you, because this is a special night. We are going to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, folks, we did have to lower that audio because it is popular music, so we will be just taking that down as we watch Trump exit the stage. You are watching a Fox 10 News Now stream. We just saw Donald Trump wrap up in Richmond, Virginia. We're now going to go to Washington, D.C. for an event with the president.
A mirror to our society, reminding us of our common purpose and our collective obligations. Our music in particular has always been an honest reflection of who we really are, a reflection of our successes and our shortcomings, of our diversity, our imagination, our restlessness, of our stubborn insistence on blending the old with the new, tradition with experimentation. We have lofty expectations of ourselves, but we don't often do lofty in our music. American music is grounded in the stories of real people, living real lives, telling their stories, whether jazz or blues, country, or rock and roll, Broadway or hip-hop. It's rooted in records of slavery and segregation, Dust Bowl and depression, winning wars and coming home, working and losing that proud factory job, tales of hometowns and the hood, always tales of falling in love and having your heart broken. In America, we turn life into lyrics. Listen to the lyrics, Buddy Guy once said. We're singing about everyday life. Rich people trying to keep money, poor people trying to get it, and everyone having trouble with their husband or wife. Except me. By the way, people sometimes ask me what the biggest perk of being president is. Number one's the plane. Number two is Buddy Guy comes here all the time to my house with his guitar. And then Esperanza brings her bass and stuff happens around here. But that quintessentially American creative spirit, sowed in our own soil, defined by our own experience, flavored by each new wave of immigrants that reaches our shores, that may be our greatest export, the American soundtrack. To believe that you've just got to watch the way that people around the world who weren't born in the USA fall in love with it, it gives you a sense of the chords we touch through our music, through our art, through our creativity. And that's what you'll hear tonight. Across performances and genres, a road trip through a sprawling map of American music. You'll hear it in the 12-bar bent note melody of Chicago blues and Delta blues, in New Orleans jazz and Nashville country, in the Motown of Detroit and the show tunes that gave Broadway its lights. And you'll hear it loudly in the rock and roll and hip-hop that parents keep telling their kids to turn down. Until then, we become the parents. America, that is who we are. And somewhere out there right now is the next Esperanza Spalding picking up her first bass, or the next Audra McDonald singing into her hairbrush, the next James Taylor strumming his first chords. It might not sound so good yet. They're still learning how to play. Maybe they're annoying their neighbors. They might not have quite enough experience for the depth of lyrics that you'll hear tonight, but music has taken hold of their souls. And our task is to make sure that no matter who they are, or where they come from, or what they look like, or what their story is, this country is one that cultivates their talent and gives them the chance to tell it. That's got to be true from school music programs to the National Endowments for the Arts and the Humanities. We've got to support our artists and celebrate their work and do our part to ensure that the American creative spirit that has defined us from the very beginning will thrive for generations to come. So with that, it's my great pleasure to welcome to our stage our first performer, Keb Mo.
Okay. You didn't tell me that part. Oh, beautiful, for spacious skies, for amber waves of green, for purple mountains' majesty, for the fruited plain, America, America. God shed His grace on thee and crowned thy good with brotherhood. See, shine, see. Oh, beautiful, for He rose in liberating strife, who more than self their country loved, and mercy more than life. America, America, may God thy gold refine, and may all success be nobleness, and every gain divine. Oh, America, America.
All right, everybody. We are now going to be switching to a very special stream on Fox News Now. Coming up, starting at 5:30, Jude LaCava, as you see right there, is getting ready for a live shot on our Fox 10 News at 5. But at 5:30, he's going to lead a question and answer segment with Jerry Colangelo at Grand Canyon University, Colangelo College of Business. So that will be happening very shortly, and you are going to be watching it live, in full, right here on Fox 10 News Now. We appreciate everybody watching this stream. What a day it has been. Okay, so we don't. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I won't go back. I won't go back to it. Okay, I'll toss back. I just wanted to dump out of that.
I don't know if Jude knows he's streaming, so he might want to just come back to you.
Do you want me
Yep.
to text him and tell him he's live?
No, that's fine. We'll go to him.
Okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to grab something.
Oh yeah, the worst. They don't let them, and they just like they literally are scumbags. Well.
Until you get there at the NCAA tournament, there's really nothing you can do. You got to make sure you position yourself during the season. So during the year, we got to take it one game at a time, and then hope at the point we get to the NCAA tournament. Again, if you're lucky enough to be there, and you start playing, you're playing your best at that time. And for this team, each team's different, but for this team, we're going to have to get a lot better to even be in that.
All right, everybody. So coming up at 5:30, we are going to have that event with Jude LaCava. That is coming up in about 10 minutes. So we appreciate everybody watching this Fox 10 News Now stream. We're going to kind of dip into, while we have a little bit of time here, we're going to go right to this Hillary Clinton event. As you can see, that is, I'm going to drop that audio though. And that is going to be a live event happening soon, but like I said, at 5:30 we're going to take this full to GCU at that very special event that is going to be happening at 5:30.
Be careful with that, though.
So you can see the event is going to be starting in just a little bit here. Jude LaCava, our very own Jude LaCava, will be doing the question and answer segment. He just wrapped up a live shot, so he's getting ready to facilitate this.
I got to try to at least look reasonable. How you been, man?
I'm good.
So we're going to let them set up. Just about 8 minutes away from that event, we will be taking that live. But what a day it has been this afternoon. News really picked up. I mean, we went to the Lamar Odom press conference out there in Nevada, where obviously now there is going to be an investigation. It's already underway. We haven't got much info out, but
I see Twitter turmoil.
that is going to be something, though, as more details obviously will come out daily into this investigation, and hopefully Lamar Odom will be able to hang on. Zero gravity, we still do not have anything really confirmed on his condition right now, but what a day. Then we went live to a Donald Trump event, and we didn't even get to showcase the full event because of the Lamar Odom press conference happening at the same time. So what is going to happen a little bit later in the show, Kinsey is going to have the full Donald Trump rally. So if you missed, we did clip you probably missed about 15 to 20 minutes of it. We're going to show it to you in its entirety, an hour and 15 minutes. That's how long the event was. Kinsey's going to show that tonight. We are getting that video ready for you. That is happening as we speak. But the GCU event is coming up in just about 6 minutes, so we appreciate everybody hanging tight as we really just juggle all these feeds that are coming in. But that's the power of Fox 10 News Now, and that's why we stream these events, because we know people are interested in so many different topics, and that's what we like to try to feature. But coming up at 5:30, our very own Jude LaCava hosting the question and answer segment of that very special business conference at GCU. Going to learn a little bit. Really cool stuff at that College of Business, at the Colangelo College of Business. Going to learn a lot of insight, and those students that are in attendance and family members there, they're going to learn a lot as well, and we're going to be able to stream that to you live. A lot of events coming up, and I already did showcase sports to you a little bit earlier. We do have a final on that game. Toronto moves to the ALCS. They beat the Rangers, so Toronto advances Game 5. They win in a must-win situation. They took it. And then happening right now, let's see if I could get you a score. If it's beginning already, it should have started. Yes, top second, Astros Royals 0-0 right now. So we will be following that very closely, because they are in a Game 5 situation. You have to love baseball in October. So lots to monitor here for you this evening. We appreciate everybody watching. It's coming up on 5:30 out here in Arizona, 8:30 on the East Coast. We appreciate everybody watching once again. The Fox 10 News Now stream coming up in just a little bit, about 4 minutes away. We're going to go live to our very own Jude LaCava hosting an awesome question and answer event at the Colangelo Business School out there in GCU. So lots to cover. We appreciate everybody just sticking with us. And we thank you all. A lot of information out there with Lamar Odom that really took up a big portion of our afternoon, and then we went right in to the very own Donald Trump as he spoke live in Richmond, Virginia. And Kinsey, don't worry, folks, Kinsey will be here tonight, and she will have that full Donald Trump rally in Richmond, Virginia. It's going to be an hour and 15 minutes worth, and we are going to show that to you in its entirety, because we weren't able to showcase that to you in its entirety because we did have the Lamar Odom event going on as well. Lots of action, as you can see. We stream Monday through Friday, 9 until 9. We go 12 hours long, 12 hours strong. We're going to go to this event, and we're going to just show you as they are preparing for the start at GCU.
Put 'em
up there when you start.
I think I should just do kind of a bio of as many accomplishments, personal connection, and let's have a nice warm welcome for our. Welcome.
And we are
Good
starting.
evening.
Welcome.
How are you? How's everybody at GCU? Can I get your attention? My name's Jude LaCava from Fox 10, and it's been an honor and a privilege to know the gentleman that I'm about to introduce to you over the last 26 years. I could go through his list of accomplishments, but it would probably take, quite frankly, the next 30 minutes. Executive of the Year many times on the NBA level, World Series champion, Hall of Famer, gold medalist with Team USA. Single-handedly, with his vision and creativity and energy, revitalized downtown Phoenix through sports and business, through facilities, through franchises, one after another, in a remarkable fashion. So this is a unique opportunity for you to learn from somebody who really put Arizona, Phoenix on the map in so many different ways through sports and business, but doing it in a way that was with great faith and great decisions, and he never, ever forgot where he came from. It is a real pleasure and honor to welcome Jerry Colangelo. Jerry, I want to start where you started, because we all know where you grew up and the people that you were exposed to and connected with become a part of you. Chicago Heights, many years ago. How did your growing up years shape who you are?
Well, first of all, how many Chicago people are there here? You've got to be excited. Marian Catholic, Chicago Heights. You've got to be excited about the Cubs. It's been a long time. It's been over 100 years. You didn't have to wait that long. Well, very quickly, because that's not the big part of the story, but for some of you who don't know, some of you might. I came from the most industrial community in the 40s and 50s in America, because of the steel mills, because of the foundries, textile factories. And literally that town kind of dried up after the war. And so leaves a lot to be desired, but it was home for me. A lot of boarded up places. My old neighborhood, which was an old Italian neighborhood, isn't quite the same. But it's still where I came from, and I don't forget where I came from. There I learned everything about what led to who I am today in terms of a foundation. Nobody had much, but whatever we had, we shared. Family, faith, hard work, lunch bucket community. And I was blessed with some physical ability as an athlete, basketball and baseball. And I was the first person in my family and in the neighborhood to go to college. And it was because of sports. So I'm very thankful I was blessed to have that opportunity. But I'll tell you what else it did. It prepared me. Not only the competition prepared me for life in the business world, but the ability to communicate, the ability to feel comfortable with people from the other side of the tracks who had a heck of a lot more. And so I met some of the giants of industry when I was in my early 20s, like Lamar Hunt, a good example, one of the wealthiest people in America at the time, and others who were the head of corporations like Dan Cyril of Cyril Pharmaceuticals and Harold Meyer of Oscar Mayer Company. And guess what I found? That they're all regular people. That's who they are. They're no different than any of you or me. And when you feel comfortable in your own skin and you feel you can communicate with those people and deal with those people, that really builds your self-confidence. So when I'm here on campus and I have time to speak with some of the students, and technology is a big part of the future, and that's the world today. That's a big change from when I was your age. But there's a little bit too much time looking at whatever it is you're looking at. An iPhone, an iPad, or whatever. There's a time and place for that. But you better find a time and place to learn how to communicate with people, look people in the eye. Because if you can communicate in this world, eyeball to eyeball, and feel comfortable in your own skin, you've got a chance to do a lot of things. And then, of course, you've got your tools. And your tools are your technology and everything else that you have going for you. So my beginnings were perfect for me at the time. I'm not sure it would all work the same way for me today in that same neighborhood, but that was then. And so I had an attitude. My attitude was, if I had a chance to make something, I knew I had belief that I could do it. Now, why would a kid 12 years old think about, how could I ever earn $10,000 a year? That would be $200 a week. That would be so much money, that'd be unbelievable, to help the family and put food on the table and whatever. And that's how things were. Because the home I grew up in was the home built by a grandfather out of the remnants of 2 railroad boxcars and some extra lumber, and he made a house, small little house, and we were on the upper flat. My wake-up call every morning was on the exposed water pipes, not in the wall, outside the wall. And he'd hit the pipes with a spoon. That was my wake-up call. Go deliver papers at 5:30 in the morning. But you know what? I wouldn't trade any of it for all the money in the world. So the excitement for all of you should be, you're very early on your journeys, most of you. Make the most of it. Be aware of what's out there. Be out front. Be willing to shake hands with people, get acquainted, build on those things. I think that's very important.
I think what's important as well is how you do business. And I've never witnessed anybody in sports business that is better at closing and negotiating than Jerry Colangelo. And as Jerry said, looking you in the eye and a handshake deal, sometimes literally unheard of. When Danny Manning tore up his knee, Jerry instantly came out and said, that contract's going to be honored, and calm the waters of a top-flight player. The ethics and faith of how you dealt in the world of business was a big part of your success.
Well, I appreciate that. I think, I'm proud of this, that in the world, the tough, cutthroat world of professional sports, I had a career where my word was my bond, with all the agents, and a handshake was good enough for most of them. And therefore, I had really strong relationships with players. There was trust. And when you have those ingredients, you've got a real chance to be successful. And that's what took place. Now, why was that? I think it goes all the way back to the old neighborhood again. That's how I grew up. That's who I was. And so I took that with me. Now, how many of you have had a chance to read my first book, How You Play the Game? Any of you? You really need to read. If you have interest in sports business, How You Play the Game is how things converge. It's not about sports. It's about the world of finance, business, sports, how it all converges and comes together. It's how you play the game of life. And there's some really strong things in that book that I think could be helpful to each and every one of you, regardless of your field of interest.
I want to follow up with that because there's a point in the book that is a point of convergence. And sometimes you think Jerry's very successful. There weren't any challenges along the way. This guy just had it. Well, he's running a tuxedo rental business. And in previous months, he had a chance to meet a guy by the name of Dick Klein. Now it's not going so well. He's got 3 youngsters, 3 kids, and a wife. He decides to go through his wallet, the importance of networking, contacts, connection, intuition. And he pulls out the number of Dick Klein. I'll let you take it from there.
Well, that's true. I carried that card for 2 years and didn't realize I still had it in the wallet. And on a night when I thought things were really kind of, a low end for me, because I had just split with a good friend of mine in terms of a business partnership and had nothing to show for it. And that was 3 years of post-college. I went to Kansas to play basketball with Will Chamberlain. He quit there, signed with the Globetrotters. I transferred to Illinois, my home state school, met my wife. We've been married 54 years. And so it all happened the way it was supposed to happen. That's the way I look at it. But that card was there for 2 years, and I called the number the next morning. It was just a few hours later. I was up most of the night. And said, Mr. Klein, this is Jerry Colangelo. He says, oh, I remember you. You played at Illinois. Just immediately, there was a connection. And he asked me to come into his office. I went to his office. By the end of the day, I went to work for him in the incentive merchandising business. That's a forerunner of the S&H Green Stamp program. I could always communicate. I could always sell. And this was an opportunity to help people sell their product or increase traffic. And I made some deals immediately. But 2 weeks after he had hired me, we took a business trip to call on 3 of his accounts in Cincinnati, Cleveland, and Louisville. And on the trip, he said he had a dream. His dream was to bring pro basketball to Chicago, which was void. And then for the next 6 months, we hustled a deal. You want to talk about getting a master's degree in business? That's what happened to me in that 6 months, sitting in on all the developing everything that took place with the birth of the Chicago Bulls. That was the birth of the Bulls back in 1966. And so that was preparing me for something. And I was excited to be in pro basketball on that end of it. I had been playing pro basketball for meager dollars at the time because, any way to supplement your income, we were getting $50 a game if the receipts were enough to pay us, and sometimes there wasn't. And so, but I loved every minute of all of that. And then a year and a half later, after giving birth to the Bulls, I was offered the GM job at Milwaukee and at Phoenix, the 2 new expansion teams. I chose Phoenix, and I was the youngest general manager in pro sports at that time.
And when we got on a plane, my wife, myself, and 3 little ones, 2, 4, and 6, 9 suitcases, $300, got on a plane and never looked back. So, I mean this when I say it. That is like the American dream, isn't it? But it can only happen in this country. I want to start with that. It doesn't happen anywhere else. You know, you're born into a slot in most countries, and it's hard to get out. It didn't really matter that I came from that poor neighborhood or the beginnings, not in the least. It's what you made of yourself, what you believed in terms of your own capacity and ability. Here's a couple things that I think are important. Don't be afraid to fail. I never was afraid to fail. And I use the analogy, you have to be willing to step out on a plank, knowing that you could be pushed, you could slip, it could be all over. But I never thought that way. Because if that happened to me, I'm getting up. I'll be the first one up and the last one standing. That was just a belief. So you need to have that kind of self-confidence. Those people who are afraid to fail miss great opportunities. And when people say, why doesn't that happen to me? You know, nothing ever happens for me. When am I going to get a break? Patience. Be aware of everything, because opportunity could go right by you and you're going to miss it if your mind isn't where it needs to be. So those are just a couple of
I think that
points.
What's also important here, and what I would like to share, is there's very few people that have the presence of great integrity. And what does that mean in the business world? Imagine now, and let's fast forward to the Arizona Diamondbacks, an expansion team. And now Jerry realizes that I've got to recruit. And I'd like for him to share a story of conversing with Randy Johnson. Keep in mind, just a couple years into this young franchise, the ability to close a deal with great integrity and presence and confidence and have a vision. As Randy Johnson would later say, I signed with Jerry because he had a vision. There were other top established teams that have been in baseball for decades that were after Randy, but they signed with Jerry.
So baseball was something that I had no idea that I would be involved in. Although I was a pitching prospect and had opportunities to sign as a pitcher when I was a teenager. But once I came to Phoenix, you know, I was totally involved in the Phoenix Suns and the community and doing see John Paxton's jump shot at the arena. That was the end of the game, but more importantly, the ball really was to go to Grant, one of their forwards, who didn't want to touch the ball. He didn't want the ball. And he got rid of it, and I saw Paxton coming off a curl, and I said, oh, I mean, you just knew it was coming, and that was a dagger. So I decided, 2 weeks later, I get approached on the baseball. 6 months later, we announced we're going for a franchise. And a year later, we were awarded an expansion team. So while that was going on, Randy Johnson's agent called me. Randy was building a home in Arizona, and he was a big basketball fan, and he wanted a couple of season tickets on the floor, on the court. Now, bear in mind, back in that day, we were sold out for the season. We had a wait list of 5,000 people who wanted season tickets. So things were pretty good. But I was also thinking ahead. I said, I'll take care of it, but you owe me. He said, what do you mean? I said, I'm not even sure, but when the time comes, we'll talk about it. So he got his season tickets. A couple of years go by, and Randy's a free agent. So I called the agent, and I said, okay, here's what I want. I want to be the first one to speak with Randy. There's going to be 5 or 6 teams that he's going to interview with. And I also want the second bite of the apple. I want to meet with him after he's seen everyone else again. He said, okay, you got it. And so I go to Randy's home in Paradise Valley, and he had 2 agents and, very high-strung Randy Johnson. I don't know if you've read much about him in terms of his personality, but he had the long hair then, and says, well, I don't know how this is going to work. This is not going to work. You've got Buck Showalter as the manager already, and he's a disciplinarian, and what is he going to say about my long hair? I said, stop, Randy, stop right there, okay? I said, if you had tattoos from the top of your head to the bottom of your toes, and you had rings in your ears and your nose, plus long hair, I'd say pass, but 1 out of 3 is okay. That's a true story. And, of course, the rest of the story is, Randy, we were told by baseball experts, you can't make a big investment. His age, his back, his arm only has so many pitches in it, blah, blah, blah. And then he won all those Cy Young awards back to back to back. Amazing. And of course, helps us win a World Series in 4 years. Now, how about that irony? I waited a whole lifetime to win an NBA championship, and as close as we got, as many times as we did, that didn't happen. But here we are in baseball. We were the fastest team in the history of baseball to win a World Series. That wasn't lost on me as in the 9th inning. How many of you remember the game and remember the circumstances? Okay, so before the first game of the World Series, all the media from around the country and international were at the ballpark, and they said, it was my turn to be interviewed. And they said, well, Jerry, how do you feel? You're the fastest team to get this far. What does it mean? I said, we're excited. What better team to be playing than the most famous team in the history of baseball, the New York Yankees, if we're going to win our first championship? And another writer said, are you predicting you're going to win? I said, no, I'm not predicting that, but if I had my druthers, this series will go 7 games. We'll win it in front of our home crowd in Game 7 in the 9th inning with the bases loaded, 2 outs, and Gonzo at the plate. I said that, and that's in print. So in the 9th inning, when all of those things happened, it was very surreal. You can't imagine what's going through my mind. I mean, all the my lifetime of everything. And I'm saying, you got to be kidding me. This is really happening. Now, it all played out, but I was wrong. There was only 1 out, not 2 outs, when it happened. It was a very, very exciting time.
I arrived here in the late 80s, and I came out to Phoenix, and I said, it's kind of interesting, and if I can have you use your imagination, the sports skyline was Veterans Memorial Coliseum. Jerry had a vision, and I think this is important no matter what business venture you get in, is visualize and see the future and how you're going to get there. And from a business standpoint, you realized how facilities would revitalize a downtown. America West, then America West Arena, and then Bank One Ballpark, now Chase Field, now Talking Stick Arena. But these 2 facilities would take what I thought was kind of a sleepy, slow downtown back in the late 80s. And this past year, with the Super Bowl covering this, to see what has happened in downtown Phoenix because of what Jerry's vision was and is absolutely transformative. From a business standpoint, the importance of what this did for the city of Phoenix and your vision in seeing these pieces come together.
Well, thank you, Jude. The reality is I've had very few jobs where I worked for anyone. Everything I've been involved in has been a startup. The Bulls, the Suns, the Diamondbacks, the Mercury, the Rattlers. We had, indoor soccer. We had
Brought hockey
tennis.
to town. Brought hockey to town as
brought
well.
the hockey team to town. But it was all startup. And so the other thing as a kid, and I need to mention this to you, I had, call it a vision, call it whatever, but as I used to sit and look at the railroad tracks, again, there was a big divide between here and there. How do people accumulate money? Because all I ever saw were lunch buckets. People who worked in the mills stopped at the corner saloon for a shot and a beer on the way home, had dinner, went to sleep, and did the same thing the next day. That was life. So how did people put things together? And I believed in myself, if I could ever figure that one out, I'm going to be able to do something big. I just believed that. So I'm going to fast forward. I told you I had $300 in my pocket when I came to Arizona. When I was interviewed for the job, I negotiated a very good deal for myself, and I asked for an option to buy the team. I had nothing. I didn't have a nickel, but I asked for an option to buy the team, and one of the three who interviewed me kind of laughed. And, I certainly noticed the laugh. But I got it. I got that provision. This was in 1968. In 1987, I exercised that option and was able to put a group together to buy the team. And through, I'm not going to say blood, sweat, and tears, just by doing what you should be doing and working your tail off and building relationships and people trusting you, and he uses the word integrity a lot, I think that's a key word. Because when I needed people, and when I needed banking, I got it in '87 to make that dream a reality, and that was to buy the team. Now, the cost of the Suns franchise back in '68 was $2 million. I paid $44 million in '87, and then sold them in '04 for $400 million. Now, did that just happen, or did we help create that? Did we help make that, in terms of professional basketball and the NBA? Yeah, I think we did a lot. We made a big contribution. We were a team player. We did a lot with the league, in the league, to create all of that. And that price tag stayed number one for almost 10 years. Now it's changed. Now it's worth maybe close to $1 billion. That's how things have changed in basketball. So I got off track there.
As it transitions now, that opportunity opens the door for new facilities.
Yes.
In America West Arena.
Well, you have to be a dreamer, too. I think it's great to dream. If you don't, then you're missing out on a lot. So when I was a kid playing ball in college, I was in a lot of gyms and a lot of stadiums around the country. And I remember going to the old Chicago Stadium when I was a sophomore at Illinois. We're playing Notre Dame. And I used to go there to watch college doubleheaders as a kid. We used to sneak in to watch them. And dream about playing one day on that court. So that day came. But when we went down to the locker room, down some old crickety old stairs, into this dirty room with a couple of hooks on the wall, 2 shower stalls, I said to myself, you got to be kidding me. This is the big time? But that registered. So as I moved around, I kept gathering thoughts and ideas. I didn't know I was going to be able to put them all together, because when the time came for an arena, I wanted to build the most intimate arena ever built in basketball, because intimacy sells. And intimacy in basketball, for sure. The closer you are to the action, to the players, that's what it's all about. And so we built an incredible building. Now, get this one. Phoenix was the 19th market in the country in terms of advertising and eyeballs, et cetera, and values are predicated on that factor. And yet, for what we did in building that arena the way we did, with all the inventory that was put into the building, we, in the 19th market in the country, led the NBA in revenues, competing against New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, and all the big cities. So with all the big things we've done, I always go back to the neighborhood. There was an old-timer who said to me as a kid, Jerry, do you see that star? He spoke in broken English, an Italian immigrant. He pointed to a star. He said, do you see that star? Which one, Mike? Okay, yeah, I see it. He says, remember, it's better to be in that star for one day than never get there at all. That always stayed with me, still does. So when we led the NBA in revenues, I told our people, this may not last long because we raised the bar on how to do business, and market size will now be a role as we go forward. And that's exactly what happened, but that's okay. It's okay to be a pioneer. It's okay to be on that star for one day. And we were. So,
you know, I want to say something in addition to that, that the value of relationship is what you're hearing. Picking up a phone and knowing there's trust, that's how deals get done. The value of relationship based on integrity. But there's also something else, and I want to go out for just a couple of quick questions here. I can't tell you how many times I run into somebody, yeah, Jerry helped us with that charity. Jerry gave back. As successful as Jerry became, he gave back even more and more. And you shared it with people. You shared it with this city and this town in dramatic fashion. I want you to touch on that before I take a couple quick questions.
Again, it goes back to sharing what we had in the old neighborhood when we had very little. It's second nature to be giving. And there's a lot more joy in giving than receiving. So the first day I was in Phoenix back in '68, I said to the media, this community owes us nothing. It's up to us to earn the respect and support of the community by how we conduct ourselves as people in the community, as business people, as sports people. And that was the thing about who we were, and that never changed. And so I think giving is something that whatever you give, you're going to get it back sixfold, tenfold. I can tell you from a history, I'm an old guy today. But I'll tell you, it comes back in so many ways. It's just amazing. And on a personal note, with my involvement here at GCU, I mean, at this stage of my life, to have the involvement with the business school being named in my honor, and the fact that I could relate to students at this stage of my life and share experiences and try to offer advice and help young people find their way, encourage them, that is a real honor. It really is. So I feel very privileged to be able to be here and do that.
I got to say one thing, that just last week, and the impressions you make last a lifetime. I ran into a top CEO at the gym, and we're talking about business and sports, and he says, when Jerry Colangelo ran the Phoenix Suns, he would meet with the suite holders, and he said, I have an obligation to put the best possible product on the floor and give you the best possible experience. And he said, and of course, Jerry lived up to that. That's integrity. I didn't even solicit that comment. He just brought it my way. This is years after. You do the right thing, it lasts. It lasts a long time. And there's my old man used to say, it's not just going about your way in life. It's how you do things in life. And I have to tell you, you're blessed to have Jerry's involvement here. I feel privileged having learned from Jerry Colangelo on the way to do things the right way. I want to get to some of your questions. If you want to raise your hand briefly, and we'll get you with Jerry. Go right ahead. Come on up here and stand. Sure.
Just wanted to ask, you guys were talking a lot about a lot of the deals that you made, and it seemed like they were really short time, 6 months, a couple of years. Can you maybe tell us about a time that was like, it took a while, and what it took, what the focus was needed to make sure that the deal went through, and how you guys handled all of that to be able to survive and get the deal successful?
Well, in sports, you don't have a lot of time. Like 5-year plans become new 5-year plans, and coaches come and go real quick. I was privileged to have played, scouted, coached, managed. I coached the Suns twice in the early days, and eventually owned. So I experienced all of that. When you're building a team, it usually takes a few years to put a group together. But basketball is kind of a neat thing. Much easier in basketball than in baseball, because if you end up with 2 or 3 really good players, you could build around that, for sure. And we, in my tenure with the Suns over 40-ish years, we built it and tore it down and built it and tore it down, and sometimes you get lucky and sometimes you could turn it quickly. Now, back when Tom Chambers was signed as the first unrestricted free agent in basketball, that's another story, because I have plenty of stories. David Stern, the commissioner of the NBA, at an owners meeting in New York, said, we have restricted free agency, but we're going to add unrestricted free agency. And as soon as he said the word, I kind of looked at the Seattle owner, and to myself I said, you just lost Tom Chambers. I mean, it was an immediate click with me. And so planning. The planning was I had to wait until midnight the night before free agency went into effect. But everything was teed up. It was all set up. At 12:01, I'm on the phone with the agent. And at 7 a.m., I'm in Los Angeles at the agent's house. And within about 30 minutes, 3 or 4 other teams are calling, trying to get appointments, but I'm there. And so, your instincts are you can't let this thing run for a while. You can't give anyone time. So my negotiating ploy was very simple. You got 30, here's what I said, what do you want? Not to Tom, but to the agent. What's your number? He gave me a number. I said, no, here's what I'm willing to give you. But you got 30 minutes. And so within 15 minutes, Tom walked out and said, you got yourself a forward. And we went from 28 wins to 55 wins in the conference finals. That was an immediate thing, but a few other things happened along the way. Sometimes they don't work out, in sports, because there's so many variables involved. You build a facility, it doesn't happen overnight. There's a lot of planning. How about this one? When we built the ballpark, we were responsible for cost overruns. And one day, I woke up and I get a call, and we're $35 million over on steel and concrete. Why? Because the Chinese were taking up a lot of concrete and steel, and the prices just rose. And then one of our architects, engineers, miscalculated on the load for that retractable roof. It was going to cost a little bit more. That's not a nice call early in the morning. It's not a nice call at night either, by the way.
It's interesting, and Jerry's got to write another book. The Amari Stoudemire story is amazing. Kind of a troubled youth, had some issues. Comes in for a workout, and if I recall correctly, Jerry was there. He was supposed to go to Denver for another workout. Nobody knew really how to gauge this talent. He was a phenomenal athlete. Came from a real tough background. Jerry simply shook his hand and said, I'm drafting you in the first round. you're not going to Denver. That doesn't happen in sports anymore.
Well, that's close, but that's not quite the story. His agent was a good friend of mine in Chicago. He had one of his associates there in Phoenix with Stoudemire. Stoudemire was a high school senior, and I said to our staff, basketball staff, I'm not drafting a high school kid. I'm against it. And then they showed me some videotape of Stoudemire playing in the McDonald's All-Star game. And I changed my mind. I said, bring him in. I want to see him. I want to talk to him. So he's working out, and we had a big guy in who was about 6'11" and 275, mean, grizzly-looking guy, and Stoudemire knocked out 2 of his teeth with an elbow. Just happened. It wasn't like on purpose, but he didn't flinch. Now, back then, he couldn't shoot. He would break a backboard in terms of shooting the ball, but his physical skill made him a real specimen. So what I did is I called my friend in Chicago, and I said, Herb, I want him. I'm going to take him, but it's up to you now. I don't think it would be wise, if you want him in Phoenix, for him to go anywhere else for any workouts. But that's up to you. I can't do anything about that. So Amari disappeared. He stayed for another day, went to a baseball game with me, and he was going to be very happy if we could draft him. But we were drafting ninth. So Amari disappears, doesn't go to any other workouts. The day before the draft, the Clippers call us and say, you guys have been hiding out Amari Stoudemire. We said, no, we haven't. We don't even know where he is. And that was the truth. We didn't know where he was. And they said, well, we're going to take him. We'll take him. That's your prerogative. You're 8th, we're 9th, if that's who you want. You know, the old bluff game. So the next day, the draft.
Yao Ming.
Yao Ming was the first pick in the draft. By the way, Stoudemire was the best player in the draft, as it turned out. But Ming goes first, and then the draft, bing, bing, bing. Number 8, Clippers. They took Wilcox, a forward from Maryland, and we get Stoudemire, Rookie of the Year. So that's a little bit of planning.
You know, it's also closing, saying that's the guy. And when Mark Cuban was unsure about Steve Nash's future, you can tell the exact story of having the plane there when, I think, close to when the clock struck midnight, when free agency started. Think about that. You get Amari, you go after Nash, and you transform. You have another golden era of great basketball.
That's what happened, and you know, that was I had already sold the team, and a month later, I'm on a plane trying to bring Nash to Phoenix, and that's what took place. And Cuban could have had him, but he backed off. He didn't think Nash would last that long in terms of a 4-year contract. You know, I would just say sometimes experience helps. And, you know, just like with Coach Marley, and there's a little bit of this with Nash. Marley's coming out of Central Michigan, really a good athlete. Couldn't shoot the ball. He was a slasher. You know, he played center sometimes. He played forward. We take him in the middle of the first round. After our doctors, who had gone to the combo and examined all the players psychologically, physically, etc., and they said, stay away from Marley. You know, he's got pins in his ankles. He's got a bad back. He's had some surgery. And I said, did you make 2 incisions? He said, what do you mean? I said, did you make an incision over the heart? Or here? Because that's where the intangibles are. We took Marley. By the way, they said he'd have a very short career, 14 years. That's not short in basketball. That's forever. Nash was the same way. People in the NBA, and Hornacek is another story. The last player picked on the second round which meant that every team in the league passed on him twice. We had 3 second-round picks. We took him with the third of those second-round picks. And the first day of training camp, we changed his shot because he had a funny shot. He had a bad rotation, a bad spin on the ball. He locked himself up in the gym, shot 300-400 shots a day, became one of the best shooters in the NBA. Long, long career. Nash was supposedly slow white guard, good college guard, could shoot the ball, backup point guard at best. A little bit better than that. We took him despite the fact we had 2 excellent point guards, Jason Kidd and Kevin Johnson. You know why? Because he was the best player on the board. Our first pick would have been Kobe Bryant rather than Nash, but the Lakers were able to pull a trade with Charlotte, and they jumped us, and we couldn't jump to get a higher pick. He would have been our pick.
We should do a series here. We're going to need more time. We're going to have to do a series.
Here, there's a question right there.
Okay, sure. Yes. Jerry's running the show, Randy.
Hi.
Hi.
Your name means a lot in the business industry, so my question is, what is something that young adults can do to get their name out there? And how important is it to establish yourself in the business industry if you want to get to where you are?
I think it's important to get yourself involved. You know, you need to be educated. You need to have work experience. You know, when people ask me, well, how can I get a job doing this? Or how can I get a job take any job you can get to get your foot in the door, and then you work your way up the ladder. There are no shortcuts in life. There just aren't. I mean, I could tell you, I used to, might surprise you, I used to pick up garbage. I used to work in the city sewer department. Now, that's a long way from today. Hey, it was a job. It was something I needed to do at the time. You do what you have to do. But keep working, keep your focus, keep shooting for the star. And the other thing I really truly believe in, just get yourself involved with people. You know, help others try to do the same thing. And then there's collective karma that happens in a situation like that. So don't lose faith. Keep the faith. You never know. Dream big, because life could take you down a great path.
Well, this is special. I want to thank Dr. Mueller. Randy, thank you. I have to say this. Students, this is a tremendous opportunity, not just to get a great education, but to hear direct, practical experience in life of someone that's been there, done that, is so valuable. So take that and think about the lessons learned and the key elements of integrity, relationship, faith, doing it the right way, looking that person in the eye, and thinking deeply about making that right decision, and then sticking with that decision and hard work. This has been absolutely fabulous. Hopefully it's an opening of many series to come. So Jerry, I think we're going to do a traveling road show here.
There
Why
you
not?
go.
This is great. I want to thank you, Dr. Mueller. Thank you, and all the great work you're doing. This is an amazing university that continues to be even more amazing. Thank you for having us. And Jerry Colangelo, please.
All right, everybody. Well, we hope you enjoyed that very awesome stream of Jerry Colangelo. What an amazing, amazing life he has led and continues to lead. Truly, truly inspiring. We're going to go now to a live event happening right now. Hillary Clinton event right now on News Now.
We're standing, but we're not yet running. I want to do what will work to put more people to work and to raise wages again because they have not budged. There is something really wrong when CEO pay is 300 times what the typical worker makes. Now, I don't think anybody believes that we're going to be able to get wages rising again unless we have a government with a president who actually cares about making sure hardworking people see the fruits of your labor. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to start by creating more jobs, by actually investing in putting people to work to build, maintain our roads, our bridges, our airports. We're going to repair our sewer lines, our water lines, our gas lines. We're going to expand broadband so that we have the cheapest, fastest broadband in the world instead of ranking behind so many other countries. We're going to invest in science and research, which will result in a lot of new businesses. I'll give you one example. You know, the Republicans don't want to spend money on anything that actually helps people, and they don't want to invest in the future. Well, we invested $3.8 billion in something called the Human Genome Project 20 years ago. I remember being in the White House the day that my husband announced it had been completed. Now, what does that mean? It means we're going to be able to cure diseases and maybe stop conditions once we understand what causes them. But here's the economic point I want to make. Out of that $3.8 billion investment of your tax money and mine, nearly $1 trillion has been generated. New discoveries, new businesses, new kinds of jobs for the future. You know, we're better at this than anybody in the world. We need to be making those smart investments that are going to make us richer, and we've got to get the Congress to get out of the way and begin to build a better economic future again. I'll tell you another way we're going to make a lot of difference in the economy, create millions of new jobs and businesses, and that is we take climate change seriously, don't we? We're not over with those on the Republican side running for president who every time you ask them, well, what about climate change, they say something like, well, I don't know, I'm not a scientist. Well, there's a very easy way to solve that. Talk to a scientist, why don't you? There are some good ones here at the university. They could tell you what's going on. But it's important that we take this seriously, not only because it is going to affect the lives of every one of us alive, but most importantly, our children and our grandchildren, but because if we do this right, we can create millions of new jobs and businesses. You know, every year, Senator Harry Reid has a big conference about clean energy here in Nevada. I've spoken at it, my husband's spoken at it. Why does he do that? Because he wants people to understand the economic opportunities that are available. You know, it is possible if we invest in wind and solar, advanced biofuels, geothermal, you name it, we can not only begin to reverse the effects of climate change, but we can begin to build our economy in a totally different way. You here in Nevada are doing just that. You've got that big battery factory going in. You've been investing in more solar. In the hotel I stayed in before the debate, I was looking out the window and I saw these solar panels. Driving around today, going to different events, I saw a lot of places with solar panels. Well, I'm setting some big goals for my presidency. By the end of my first term, I want us to have employed 500 million more solar panels to be installed across America. And by the end of my second, I want us to generate enough clean, renewable energy to power every home in America. That is the kind of economic program that will put people to work. When somebody tells you they're worried about jobs going overseas, well, if we do infrastructure at home and we do clean energy at home, those jobs have to be done right here in the United States of America. Now, I also believe, though, we got to change the tax system. I am sick and tired of corporations getting big tax breaks and loopholes and all the rest of it to ship jobs out of America. We need to take away the tax breaks from those corporations and use that money to rebuild our economy right here at home. We need to do whatever we can to raise wages, starting by raising the minimum wage, which has been too low for too long. I know there are people in this audience who work for the minimum wage here, right? I know that. The federal minimum wage, $7.25 an hour, is a disgrace. Nobody who works full-time should be left in poverty at the end of their working week. So we are going to raise the minimum wage to the highest level it has ever been, back to where it was in 1968. Because since then, we've been on a downward slope. And we're also going to do more to invest in apprenticeship programs, in job training programs. I was at the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades today, looking at how they train their young apprentices. I was so impressed. I know we can train tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people to do the jobs that clean energy and infrastructure building require. Now, I'll tell you, there's one other thing that'll raise wages, and it'll raise wages across the board in America, and that is to make sure women get equal pay for equal work. You know, I have to tell you, it's a little embarrassing to be talking about doing this in 2015. But it hasn't been done yet, and a lot of people are losing money because of it. You know, I met a young man last week in New Hampshire who came up to me and he said, I want to tell you why I'm for you. I said, thank you, why? He said, I'll tell you. My first job, he was 17 years old, he told me. He got hired to be a cashier in a store near where he lived. He kind of got the job because his mom had been working there for 4 years. And she was doing the same job as a cashier. He was really proud. You know, first real job, you go to work, and he came back, got his first paycheck, showed his mom, and she noticed something. Her son was making $1 more an hour after 1 week than she was making after 4 years. Now, I tell you that story because this young man had no reason to make it up. He wanted to tell me why he was for me. He said, I never thought about it before. He said, it's wrong. My mom works really hard. She was raising me, and she should be paid at the same level as any man, including her 17-year-old son. Equal pay is an issue because it's not just a woman's issue. It's a family issue. It's an economic issue. There will be more money in the economy when women are paid fairly for themselves and for their families. And we also need to look at how hard it is to balance family and work. You know, a lot of young parents struggle with that, don't you? I think we should join the rest of the advanced world and have paid leave so that when you have a new baby, when you have a sick relative, you don't lose your job, but you also don't lose your pay for a period of time. You're able to fulfill your family responsibilities. Some people say, well, we can't afford that, but California's been doing this. Connecticut just did paid sick days. Other states are doing it, and it hasn't affected the way that the Republicans say it will for employment. So we've got to take a hard look about what are families like today, not what they were like 50 years ago. What are they like today? And how do we help them do the most important job, which is taking care of each other, while they also do their job making a living? I think it's really important that the tax system be changed so that the wealthy pay more than they're paying right now. I don't think it's right that a millionaire can pay a lower tax rate than a teacher. I just don't think that's right. I agree with Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett said every millionaire should have to pay at least 30%, because right now a lot of them are not paying 15%, and a lot of companies aren't paying anything. So part of the job that I will take on as your president is to get the wealthy to pay more and give the middle class a tax cut. Give the middle class that is working hard and doing the best you can in the face of the pressures you face more of a chance to be able to make ends meet. Since your pay hasn't gone up, but the price of everything else has, I think that's exactly what we need to do. You know, the Republicans seem to forget that what makes America great and what makes our economy strong is the middle class. You know, it's the middle class who built this country. It's the middle class that does most of the work. It's the middle class that has to get up every day and take care of their families and their jobs. And I think it's time we start rebuilding the middle class, giving you the tools that you need to make the most out of your own lives, at home and at work. And I'll tell you what else would really help us in the economy, and that is to get comprehensive immigration reform finally taken care of. I really don't like what the Republicans are saying about immigrants. We are a nation of immigrants. We were built by immigrants. Every one of us, you go back, grandparents, great-grandparents, we have somebody who came to this country. And aren't we glad they did? And aren't we relieved that we have the benefit of their hard work? My grandfather came to this country as just a little boy. He was a factory worker. He worked really hard. He didn't ask for much. He made a good living by those standards in those days because of his hard work, but he wanted his kids to have a better chance. And all three of his sons went to college. And my dad became a small businessman after he served in the Navy during World War II. And now I'm here asking you to vote for me for president. That's 3 generations, from my grandfather to my father to me. And if we had time tonight, we could go through this crowd and we could have 1,000 stories like that. Immigration is who we are. Look around us. And I think the Republicans are doing great damage to our nation by their insults and their attacks on immigrants. So, as your president, I will certainly work hard for comprehensive immigration reform, but I will also defend the executive orders that President Obama issued on behalf of dreamers. And I know we've got some dreamers here tonight. Because I want you to work hard in America, and I want you to make a contribution to building our economy. And there are so many examples of people who have. It's also important, though, we give the best possible education to everybody in this country so that you're prepared to be competitive. I will do what I can, working with the teachers of America and respecting the teachers of America, to do what will work in elementary and secondary education to give more young people the best possible start in life. But I'll tell you this, if we don't do something with early childhood education, if we don't help kids, and especially kids whose first language may not be English, if we don't give you a chance to get well prepared for school, then you're not going to go as far as you could. So that's why I believe those first 5 years of life are really important. The family is the first school, the parents are the first teachers, and we need to do more to help you prepare your children to be successful in school. And so I want to have universal pre-kindergarten that will give every child the opportunity to be prepared. And then on the other end, I want to make college affordable so that if you do decide to go to college, you can actually go and graduate. How many of the people in this crowd have student loans? How many have ever had student loans? I had student loans. I had to pay them back. My husband had them. He paid them back. But it wasn't like it is today, where it costs so much and the interest rates are so high. We have 40 million Americans with student loans. I want you to be able to refinance those loans to a lower interest rate and save thousands of dollars. You know, if a corporation can refinance its debt, then a young person in America ought to be able to refinance your debt. And then we need to make college affordable. I want to offer free community college and debt-free tuition at any public college or university so that you can afford to go, because here's what happens. If you're well off, even if your grades weren't that great, you will have the resources to go to college and graduate. But if you're middle class, or you're working, or you're poor, but you're just as ambitious, you're just as willing to do what it takes, you may not have the resources to start, or you may not have the resources to finish. I'm going to do everything I can so that any young person in America can get the job training you want, an apprenticeship if you want it, community college if you want it, 4-year college if you want it, at a price you can pay. And that you'll be able to pay it back as a percentage of the income that you earn. And if you do public service work like teaching or policing or firefighting, you will pay a lower rate to be able to go and get your education. Now, I also want to say the Republicans have tried 54 times to repeal the Affordable Care Act. 54 times. Now, if they get a Republican president, they'll succeed. That's up to you. I'll do my part, but I'm going to need each and every one of you to make sure that happens. I will defend the Affordable Care Act. 18 million people are now getting their health care through it. But I do want to make some changes that will improve it. I want to cut the cost of your out-of-pocket expenses. I want to cut the cost of prescription drugs that are skyrocketing beyond the affordability of Americans. I want to make sure that people with mental health problems get taken care of, just like people with physical health problems. I want to make sure that if you are a caregiver for somebody with Alzheimer's or autism or any other situation, like the professional caregivers or a family caregiver, that you've got some help. You know, we've got millions of people who are taking care of their loved ones, and we've got millions more who are working barely for the minimum wage to take care of people. We can't do that. We got to be smart about how we plan for caregiving as we all face the onslaught of Alzheimer's, or what happens when young people with autism get older. We've got to be prepared for that. And there's something else we need to treat right now, and that's addiction. 23 million people in this country have substance abuse problems, alcohol or drugs. And they can't get help even if they want it. Only 1 in 10 can get help. We've got to have more help and more support for families and for those who are dealing with the addicted. Because right now, they're ending up in jail or they're ending up in the streets, and that is not right, and we end up spending more money than we would. I'll tell you, I spent a lot of time in Iowa these days. Iowa has some good drug courts. I read about one the other day in western Iowa, and they've been doing good work helping folks. But they ran out of money, so they're shutting it down. Let me just tell you this little fact. It costs $3,500 for somebody to go through drug court, be tested to try to get them off drugs, get treatment. If they go to prison, it costs $35,000. Economically, it makes no sense. If we treat people, it's going to save us money and save lives and help them get better and overcome this problem. Now, there's a lot that we have to fight for against the Republicans because they just have a different approach to so many of the issues that I think are important for America today. And I will fight to defend a woman's right to choose, and I will fight against efforts to defund Planned Parenthood, which has provided health care to millions of Americans. I will fight to enforce marriage equality and then fight against discrimination against the LGBT community. I will fight to make sure that when you turn 18, you can vote, and you will not be stopped by laws trying to restrict the vote in America. And I will do everything I can to overturn a decision called Citizens United, which has corrupted our political system. I will also fight to make sure our veterans get the health care they need and deserve no matter where they live. I will fight to make sure Black Lives Matter by reforming our criminal justice system. And I will try to find ways so that we as Americans can start listening to each other again, talking with each other. I'm tired of the yelling and the insults and the attacks and the snide remarks about people because of their heritage or their religion or who they love or what they do. I'm tired of it. I don't think that's who we are. Now, we can have political differences. We do have political differences. But we should always be treating each other with respect. And that can't happen if you're being yelled at or you're being insulted. I feel that we're missing something right now in our politics. We're not bringing people together to try to find common ground the way we need to, because there's a big group that don't want to try. They believe they have all the answers. I don't think anybody on this earth has all the answers. I think we should be listening and learning from each other. You know, when I was First Lady, we worked really hard to get health care, and we failed. And I said, okay, we failed. What are we going to do now? And I got to work to try to figure out how we were going to insure children. I worked with Republicans and Democrats, and we ended up starting the Children's Health Insurance Program, which takes care and provides health care to 8 million children in America today. And when I went to the Senate, I learned that our National Guard's men and women were not getting health care except when they were deployed. I didn't think that was right. So I teamed up with a Republican senator, Lindsey Graham, who's running for president on the other side. No, listen, we work together. That's my point. You know, we may not work on anything else but that one issue, but it made a difference. We passed a bill to give health care to our National Guardsmen and our National Guards women so they can be healthy and their families can be healthy. And when I was Secretary of State, I worked with Republicans. We negotiated a deal to cut the nuclear weapons in the United States and Russia. And I worked with Republicans to pass it. We had to get 67 votes. It was an important treaty. But we talked to each other. President Obama has tried so hard to find common ground. And he has reached out and he has invited people. And they just get further and further away, and their attitude basically has become they don't even like their own Speaker of the House. Because in the view of some, he's not 100% with them. I'm not 100% with anybody. And my husband understands that. But our country was built on people talking and then finding those common areas of agreement. That's what we've got to get back to do again. I'll go anywhere, anytime to talk to anybody about finding common ground, but I will also stand my ground. Because I think my job as your president will be to raise incomes for the middle class, to put in place the ladders of opportunity so every child in this country has a chance to live up to his or her God-given potential. And of course, I'm feeling that particularly strongly these days because I now have a granddaughter who is 1 year old. And Bill and I are kind of typical grandparents. Don't get us started. We spent a lot of time, just looking at her, which is for us incredibly wonderful. And we'll do everything we can to make sure she has whatever opportunities she can have in her life. I think every family tries to do that for their children and their grandchildren. We have a lot more blessings. But it's not enough that we do what we can for Charlotte, because it matters what kind of country she becomes an adult in and what kind of world is going to be waiting out there for her. Will it be safe? Will it be prosperous? Will it be peaceful? Will America still be the land of opportunity where immigrants are welcome and where hard work is rewarded and where people can get ahead and stay ahead? Is that going to be there? Well, I'll tell you, I'm betting that it will. But it's not going to happen by just betting. We have to make it happen. I told you my grandfather was a factory worker. And my granddaughter is the granddaughter of a former president. So for me, it's not enough that the granddaughter of a former president gets ahead. I want to be sure that the granddaughter of factory workers and the grandsons of truck drivers and the grandchildren of teachers and fast food workers and child care workers and everybody who works hard in this country has the same chance to get ahead and make the most out of their God-given potential. That's why I'm running for president. That's why I need your help. Join us to caucus in Nevada and let's go win in November of 2016. Thank you all very much. We will vote.
There you go, folks. That is the Hillary Clinton event wrapping up in Las Vegas. While she was going, Bernie Sanders was speaking. We're going to get that video for you and showcase it to you. All right, folks, now we just want to catch you up on some local headlines here. We're going to run through them. Hope everyone is having a great evening. My name is Mike Page. I got 10 more minutes with you.
crashing right through a block wall. This was a deadly crash. It left a 14-year-old driver dead. It happened on the west side near 67th Avenue and Lower Buckeye Road, and that is where Steve Kraft is live tonight with the story. Steve.
Well, Carrie, no sign of drugs or alcohol in all of this, just kids driving when they certainly should not have been. And here you can see those candles, the beginning of a memorial at the site where it happened. Just after 2 a.m., a crash so loud it woke up the neighborhood.
Well, it was really bad. The sounds, it was really strong. We were sleeping, and I was so scared.
This Dodge Durango, driven by 14-year-old Alonzo Reyes III, barreling down the street and smashing into a block wall facing the street, separating two homes. What makes this accident so tragic is when you look and see where that Durango hit the wall. It went through the block wall, directly into the wall that forms a T. Maximum impact. Inside the SUV, 3 14-year-olds and a 13-year-old. The Durango belonged to the 13-year-old's parents. Police said they got a call about a loud party and maybe a fight. They arrived in the neighborhood and found no fight, but the SUV driving without its lights on. Police tried to stop it. The SUV took off. The cops pulled back. Next thing, they heard a big smashing sound. The same thing everyone heard. This neighbor didn't want to be identified.
It's real sad, you know. My oldest son is about 14, and you know, I don't imagine a kid driving around, you know, really late, and especially, you know, some kind of tragic thing like this, you know, to happen to anybody's child or to any child at all.
No other serious injuries in this incident. One of the other 14-year-olds in the car fled the scene, and police have been trying to get in touch with him. Reporting live from the west side, Steve Kraft, Fox 10 News.
Your exclusive AccuWeather forecast with Christy Siefkin on Fox 10 News.
100 degrees out there today, but I promise you we're going to see cooler numbers as we get into the next few days. Finally, getting a little bit of relief from a system offshore. And out there tonight, seeing a little bit of hazy conditions, but plenty of sunshine earlier today. 99 where we sit right now at Sky Harbor. The dew point still in the 50s, and we've seen elevated numbers here the past couple of days because of the moisture being pushed from this system just off the San Diego coast. Good news, though, is that moisture is actually going to mean a little bit of rain for us as we get into the next few days. Rain showers as this system tracks through California, eventually making its way into Arizona. Cooler air, and in addition, that chance for rain starting as early as tomorrow. We could even see some high-based activity later on tonight. Temperature-wise, we're sitting in warm territory for many places other than the valley. 100 for Bullhead City, Yuma in triple digits as well at this hour. Gila Bend at 100, and then we have upper 90s in places like Casa Grande, 91 into Safford, and then of course cooler up into northern Arizona where we're in the 70s in places like the Grand Canyon and Flagstaff. So still above average for tomorrow, but this is where we start to see a chance for rain, most likely later into the afternoon and evening, about a 30% chance then. Into Friday, we get even more of a moisture push. We could see some large-sized hail, some gusty winds, in addition to showers, and then we continue to cool down even more into your Saturday and Sunday, keeping that chance of some activity in the forecast throughout that period. A little bit of a break on Sunday, though. Monday, new systems roll through, and we could see a slight chance of rain then. But looks like starting Thursday into Friday, your main windows for some rain at this point. Overnight temperatures will be cool up into higher terrain, but it's still pretty warm out there in the lower deserts. We'll see 70s in places like Casa Grande and Gila Bend, 80 for Yuma, and 77 for Lake Havasu. Up into the Grand Canyon in the 30s, and dipping into those 30s as well into Window Rock. For tomorrow, though, 90s. You'll notice we're not seeing any triple digits popping up on the board here, although it's not out of the question. 82 for Prescott, 95 Casa Grande, and 82 is expected high for St. John's. Tonight, we'll see increasing cloud cover out there. That will continue into tomorrow. That push of moisture and enough instability that we could see some thunderstorm activity into Thursday afternoon and evening. Friday, we're looking at about a 40% chance for showers, and we continue to keep that chance of rain in the.
New at 6, a former chairman of the Arizona Republican Party making some waves on Twitter after tweeting during last night's presidential debate, saying, yes, Black Lives Matter, but went on to say that guns should be taken away from black people because they're the main killers. Fox 10's Marcy Jones has an exclusive interview on this.
In just 140 characters, you can make some very big statements on Twitter.
It was taken out of context to a great degree. I was being very sarcastic.
Just ask Randy Pullen, the former chairman of the Arizona Republican Party, who tweeted this during the Democratic debate on CNN. Yes, Black Lives Matter. The best way to end the slaughter of young black men is to take guns away from blacks, as they are the main killers. Even after a landslide of criticism, Pullen says his tweet isn't the problem.
Do you see where a side that did not know that you were joking or being sarcastic would be upset that you were suggesting to revoke a constitutional right from a specific race?
It's a far left media problem, which is anytime you're a conservative Republican and they can call you a racist, a sexist, or a greedy capitalist, they will.
Taking notes from a fellow Republican, Pullen says he stands by his words, even in hot water.
It's like Donald Trump. You don't ever back off of what you said because of the way you said it.
At the end of the day, Pullen says it's the Black Lives Matter campaign that caused a stir, not him.
But when I tweeted that out, I knew that anytime you use the phrase Black Lives Matter, it's going to catch attention.
Do you think that's the part of your tweet that caught
Absolutely.
the Black Lives Matter part?
Yes.
Not the fact that you said we should take guns away from black people?
I think that's what started it.
Marcy Jones, Fox 10 News.
So the Democratic Party.
Fox follow-up, a family outraged, and they're calling for justice after the person who stabbed their loved one killed him, and so far not facing any charges in that death. You might remember this. It stood out because it happened inside the U.S. Airways Flight Training Center, and it killed Eric Kunis, and he was a very young simulator, and he was a technician there. His girlfriend, family's attorney, they're speaking out. Nicole Garcia is live with the story.
Hey, Carrie, loved ones are calling this situation unfair. Police say it all started as an argument between Eric Kunins and George Hayes over replacing bulbs on a screen, but it blew up, and when it was over, 34-year-old Kunins was dead with a stab wound. Meanwhile, the other man involved so far is not facing any charges in the death.
It's been really hard, since day one. We're really hopeful that charges were going to be come forth.
It's been 3 months since her boyfriend, Eric Kunins, was killed while he was working at the U.S. Airways flight training facility. Kunins was an overnight shift technician, maintaining the flight simulators pilots train on. According to police, he and coworker George Hayes Jr. got into an argument which escalated.
He's a big guy, yes, but he's not the type of person to put his hands on somebody, especially at work. He loves his job, and he would never, ever put that in jeopardy, even over an argument.
According to the police report, the investigating officer recommended a manslaughter charge be filed against Hayes. So far, no charges have been filed, and at a news conference Wednesday morning, the Maricopa County attorney indicated self-defense is an issue being considered.
When you look at any instance in which witnesses are few and self-defense is a possibility, the state of the law in Arizona requires prosecutors to look very carefully at whether or not we can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that self-defense was not a legitimate factor in a particular incident.
Very unfair. We only have one side of the story. We can't talk to Eric because he's dead.
He was killed by a man with a screwdriver, and he was unarmed. It's very sad, and hopefully new evidence will come out, new witnesses will come forward, and the killer in this incident will be brought to justice.
Kunins' girlfriend and family still waiting, and they say they are not going to stop fighting for justice for Eric. I'm Nicole Garcia.
All right there, folks. Those are your latest headlines, and look at this. We hit a record today at 100 degrees at 3:44. Ties the record back in 2010. So yeah, we're still dealing with hot temperatures here in October. Triple digits. We do appreciate everybody watching. Kinsey is going to be up next. I'm going to step away as she's going to get her show all set up. She's going to be here very shortly in 3 minutes. I'll see you guys all tomorrow at 11 a.m.
Hi all, Kinsey Schofield here, and while I get my setup going, just bear with me. I feel like we have this conversation every time I transition to my computer. There's this one program that I need to play my videos that's always very difficult. How did you enjoy Mikey? I love Mike. We'll be right back. Mike, did you say you wanted to work a double today? Did you say you wanted to do a double shift up here? Don't run. We love Mikey.
That's like last week when I didn't know I was on live with you.
That's what I do. I want this to be as real as possible.
It was.
Just like our friendship.
Yes.
Hi, Tess. Hi, everyone. Hi, Frankie. Let's see. My thing is, my video player still is not working. Oh, look at our new lower thirds. They are fancy. I mean, I could do my top 5 stories without showing you any videos, but I just feel more comfortable knowing that my video player is ready to go. Oh, celebrate. Allow me to celebrate. Here we go. All right, let's go into my top 5 stories for the day. I wish I could see Mikey's. I wonder where his are. I'm going to go into my top 5 stories of the day for you right now. Russia deliberately targeting U.S.-backed forces in Syria. This is something we're doing that's new here on Fox 10 News Now, where we each give you our top 5 stories of the day every half an hour. And those sometimes will shift throughout the day unless there's no breaking news. If it's a slower day, then these are going to be, you're going to hear some of these stories more than once, and I apologize if you don't like that, but that's why there's this rotation of the anchors now every 2 hours. Russia deliberately targeting U.S.-backed forces in Syria. Moscow is deliberately targeting U.S.-backed forces in Syria as part of a military campaign that has killed up to 150 CIA-trained rebels, a U.S. official told Fox News National. The claim comes as the U.S. and Russian militaries try to reach an agreement about flight safety in the skies over Syria. Officials from both countries are holding their third video conference today. A U.S.-led coalition and Russian aircraft look to avoid collisions as U.S.-led coalition and Russian aircrafts look to avoid collisions as they launch airstrikes into Syria. But even as they try to de-conflict, evidence is mounting that Russia's air campaign is targeting more than just the Islamic State. Putin is deliberately targeting our forces, a U.S. official who is disappointed in the U.S. response to Russia told Fox News National. Our guys are fighting for their lives, said the official, estimating up to 150 CIA-trained moderate rebels have been killed by the Russians. The Obama administration recently ended its troubled program to train select Syrian rebels, but has continued to equip the opposition. Over the weekend, the U.S. military airdropped 50 tons of small arms, ammo, and grenades in northern Syria. Number 2 is Trump Twitter champ. This is a subject that's near and dear to my heart. Trump picked up more followers during the debate during the Democratic debate than all of the Democrats combined. Why? I'm a social media savant, let's be honest. I love social media and I love Twitter. So this story was probably more interesting to me than others all today. The big winner on social media during the Democratic debate was Donald Trump. The GOP frontrunner took to Twitter last night to live tweet during the 2-hour forum, and during that time, he added 70,000 new followers. Then that's more than all of the Democratic candidates combined. Happening Now reported Bernie Sanders far outpaced his rivals, adding 46,000 followers, while Hillary Clinton picked up 10,000, and Joe Biden added 3,000, even though he hasn't entered the race. It would have been smart for Joe Biden to have live tweeted the debate. That would have been a good move for him, social media and PR wise, as long as they were intelligent reactions to the debate. I think that he missed an opportunity there, if we're being honest. The I-10 shooter on the phone with grandma. What is that in regards to, might you ask? Well, according to the AP, lawyers for the man charged in some of the freeway shootings that put Phoenix area drivers on edge say phone records and family interviews show he wasn't near the crime scenes. Authorities say ballistic tests tie 21-year-old Leslie Allen Merritt Jr. to 4 of the 11 shootings that occurred between August 22nd and September 10th. But Merritt's attorneys say cell phone records show their client called his grandmother from his Glendale home just minutes before 2 of the shootings on August 29th. They also say Merritt was asleep at home during at least one of the 2 remaining shootings with which he is charged. They are asking a judge to reconsider Merritt's $1 million bail and to release him. And keep in mind, this is a dad with 2 small young children. So I'm interested in seeing what evidence the DPS has, because they are very confident in their evidence despite some of the claims that the attorneys and Leslie Allen Merritt have come forward with. Keep in mind, Leslie originally said he pawned the gun. The gun was not in his possession during any of these incidents. And then the pawn shop actually came out and said, we have proof that that it was in your possession during some of these incidents. And then the second claim was that someone else was out there taking credit for it. So someone was coming forward saying that they did it and they wanted the recognition. So why was Leslie Allen Merritt Jr. arrested? And then now this third claim is that there were pings on a phone and he was in Glendale when some of these incidents occurred. But we'll have to see what, I mean, if that of course, what if it was his girlfriend on the phone with his grandma? Who knows? There's a lot of stuff to prove here. There is reasonable doubt all over. NAU shooter charged with second-degree murder. This was interesting, kind of shocking today for us to discover. Of course, this is from the AP Police at Northern Arizona University have filed a formal complaint charging a freshman with second-degree murder in a campus shooting. Stephen Jones initially was charged with first-degree murder in the death of Colin Burrow following a fight on Friday. Police wrote in a complaint released Wednesday that Jones didn't act with premeditation. The complaint also expands the number of assault charges against the 18-year-old Jones from 3 to 6, 2 for each of the 3 other students who were injured in the shooting. Jones's attorney did not immediately respond to a request for comment Wednesday. Funeral services for Burrow are scheduled Friday in Maryland, where he attended high school and played lacrosse. The 20-year-old Burrow graduated from Castle Rock High School in Castle Rock, Colorado in 2013. And this just says Lamar Odom update, so let's get that update together. Keep in mind, if you haven't seen the Lamar Odom press conference, we have that in full on our YouTube page. Wow. Our Lamar Odom update says that sex pills were very dangerous according to the FDA, and what they said in this press conference was that he obtained these sex pills at the location at the brothel. Lamar Odom took 10 reload pills over the course of 3 days before he fell into unconsciousness. According to people at the brothel, and the FDA say the pills are so dangerous they've advised customers to throw them away immediately. This is TMZ. The FDA determined Reload contained something I can't pronounce, the active ingredient in Viagra. The label does not reveal the presence of that ingredient, which is normally restricted to prescriptions monitored by a doctor. The FDA says something I can't pronounce can lower blood pressure to dangerous levels. The FDA sent a warning to customers in 2013 saying customers should stop using this product immediately and throw it away. The brothel sold Reload and Lamar got it when he arrived. The sheriff seized the remaining inventory of Reload from the display case. We tried to get in touch with the company that makes Reload, but it looks like they went out of business. So he took these drugs that a company created that's no longer in business. I mean, that's horrific. TMZ uploaded, which we uploaded this to. Again, if you want to watch the full press conference, you can on our Facebook page, on our YouTube page. Go into our YouTube page, and we've got the full press conference there. But according to TMZ, they uploaded the calls as well, and their blog says Lamar Odom was unconscious with white stuff coming out of his nose when two different people at the Love Ranch South dialed 911 to get him medical assistance. The sheriff's office just released the recordings from two employees of the Nevada brothel. They both described a white pinkish substance running out of his nose and mouth. The male caller was Richard Hunter, media director of the ranch, and he told the operator Lamar had cocaine on him on Saturday. He also said Lamar was taking heavy doses of the herbal Viagra substitute called Reload. TMZ broke the story. Doctors determined there was cocaine in Odom's system when he got to the hospital on Tuesday afternoon. The sheriff says there's a possibility Odom could be charged for drug possession. And yesterday we were reporting that the substance that was found coming out of his nose and mouth were mucousy. I don't know if that changes anything, but that's a description that was not included in that post. Whoa, Lamar Odom. Distinctly possible he'll be prosecuted if cocaine found. Wow. And of course, I'm sure you've read today that Khloe Kardashian is still legally married to Lamar, so she is in control of medical decisions in regards to his health and decisions that are made at the hospital moving forward. And her sister Courtney's ex, Scott, checked into rehab for the kids, probably scared straight after Lamar's incident. Looks like his father's at the hospital in addition to the Kardashians. And again, the last TMZ has is the 50-50 chance for survival. So that's our Lamar Odom update. And just checking in with the viewers, getting some of your comments. I was supposed to play Donald Trump at 7. I don't know if anybody was returning for that, but I'm going to start playing that for you now. This is Donald Trump's full speech. And I'm going to go to that here pretty soon. There we go.
Cause your life will depend on the strength that you have inside you. I gotta be proud, standing out in the crowd when the odds in the game by you.
I'm gonna have to lower the volume for a few minutes. There we go.
Well, I want to thank everybody. I do love Virginia. I love Virginia. Man, what a place. What a place. You know, I have a lot of people that work really hard. I pay them a lot of money, probably too much money, but that's okay, right? And I have the vineyards in Charlottesville. You know about that. And in Loudoun County, I have Trump National, which is a tremendous success right along the Potomac River. Probably no piece of land like it. It's phenomenal. And we've had tremendous success in Virginia. We have a lot of people that work for me. We have a lot of people, frankly, I work for them the way I look at it. Because the truth is, they're so good that I actually need them more than they need me. Does that make sense? So it's one of those things. And you know what I did? Where is Carrie? Where is Carrie? Get up here, Carrie. Come on. She's so incredible. She runs the vineyards. It's Trump Vineyards. You know what it is. A lot of people go. In fact, one of the drivers was telling me he goes there back and forth all the time bringing people. But Carrie Willard runs it, and she has done such an incredible job. We took it over about 4 years ago. It was, to put it mildly, in serious trouble. It's close to 2,000 acres, and it's one of the most beautiful. It's the largest, actually the largest vineyards on the east coast of this country, the largest. And it's become an incredible, incredible tourist attraction. And Carrie has literally from day one, I mean, she's taken it, and it's with love and with pride. And I'm proud because, you know, one of the things, and I have to say this, that Ivanka said you have to say it. My wife said you have to say it. And I think you'll confirm it, Carrie. But I have more women in high executive positions. In fact, it's true. It's true. In fact, the men in my company are all complaining. Is that okay? The hell with them, right? But I have so many women. Carrie, just say a word. Tell them, do you like Trump?
The best. If you want someone who inspires greatness and demands excellence, this is your man.
Thank you, baby. Thank you. She has done such an incredible job. Thank you, Carrie. You know, when I have a place, and it's usually I have a lot of them, but when I go to certain areas and if I have something that I'm very proud of, I like to bring the employees. We have some of our employees here today from the vineyards, but I like to bring the employees up because it's so important, especially when you're looking at what's going on with a country where our jobs are being taken away. They're going to other places, as you know, like many other countries. I mean, you can name the country. We don't make good deals anymore. We just don't. And so when I'm around one of my places, I love to bring my people up. I love it. You know, we had some big news today because I just have to talk about it. We get such a, you know, in the old days we'd call it misinformation. Do we agree? And we're going to talk about the debate. Anybody watch it last night? Yeah. And I tweeted. Can you believe? And I made a commitment. I said I'd tweet, so I couldn't turn it off. I had to tweet this thing. And somebody said on one of the networks the winner was Trump because we picked up 160,000 followers. Do you believe it? 160. And second place was a lot less, I will tell you that. One of the folks on the stage. But you know, so today, CNN came out with a poll, and the poll was in the state of Nevada. They came out with another poll in South Carolina, which is an incredible place, both incredible places. I said, I have to read some of these because this is wild. So we're in first place everywhere. I mean, you're right. That's true. Actually, that was good. You really helped. He said everywhere. I said, yeah, you're right. It is everywhere. I mean, it's Texas. We're in New Hampshire. We're in Iowa. We're in first place everywhere. But the polls just came out. And as you know, a couple of weeks ago, we had Florida. And we're just killing in Florida. So you have a governor and you have a sitting senator, and it's not even close. We're at 28-29. They're in the teens, low teens, and we want to keep it that way. We're going up. I'm not even happy with when I hear 29 now. I'm saying, gee, we should do better, because here's what just happened. So in Nevada, we're at 38. Think of it, 38. Second place is 22. I won't even bother telling you. It doesn't make any difference, because when you have 38, you're almost doubling it up. But here's the thing that I loved about the poll. Again, done by CNN. South Carolina, we're at 36-18. You believe that? Connecticut just came out 34-14. But here's what I really like. Which candidate can best handle the economy? Okay? Thank you. Well, that one's big. 67% said Trump. Can you believe it? Now, you got to remember, you know, if we had two people running and you had 67%, that would be a landslide, right? That's a landslide. If you won with 67%, the press, look at all those cameras going back there. So many. So many. And look at all the red lights. Show the crowd, everybody. Show the crowd. Show the crowd. And you got a lot of people outside that the fire marshal would not let in. So it's one of those things. But I will tell you that when you have 67% in a two-person race, that's called landslide. That's called massive victory. I don't think there's ever been a victory. And here we have on a thing called the economy. Would you say that's important? I think so, right? So 67% are in favor for Trump. Okay. We won the state by a lot, meaning in the polls by a lot. Now, a couple of these categories, I have to read them. Illegal immigration, important. We're going to build the wall, okay? Believe me. We're going to build the wall. %100%. And, you know, so we're going to build it. It will be paid for. Who's going to pay for the wall? Who is going to pay for the wall? That's right. So, the next category, which is so important. That's okay. That's okay. Don't worry. That's all right. That's all right. That's why we have freedom of speech, folks, you know. And I'll tell you how dishonest the press is. We have thousands of people in this room, 7,000, I think 7,200 people. We have about 10 people over there. They'll get the headline. You won't. That's pretty disgusting. Pretty disgusting. But that's the way it goes. So illegal immigration, 55% want Trump. 13% is second place. That tells you something right there. 13%. 13%. On social issues, Trump is first. On foreign policy, Thank you very much. That's great. Thank you very much. But it is true. I see a couple of cameras for about 4 people, and they're going wild, the cameras, you know. It's so disgusting. But that's all right. On foreign policy, Trump #1, 34%. On ISIS, who's going to handle ISIS? Trump, 46. We're not going to play games. We're not playing games. We're not playing games. On the change on how we do in Washington, on the change, how are we going to change Washington? Who's going to do the most effective job? Trump, 60%. 60%. Here's an important one. Best chance of winning in November. Trump, #1, 47%. Amazing. So we're #1 at 42nd, and then you get into 16 and 10. That's a big difference. So we've all come a long way together. We've all come. And, you know, we have a lot of bad people out there. They want to stop progress, and you see it all the time. And I use the statement, the silent majority. The silent majority is back, folks. The silent majority is back. The silent majority is back. So, over the last period of time, we have had a very interesting thing happen. We've seen our country where we don't win anymore, and we're going to start winning so much. We're going to win left, we're going to win right, we're going to win everything. We have unbelievable people in this country, and nothing is going to stop us from starting to win again. You look at what's happening with foreign countries. You look at how they're taking our jobs, how they're taking our base, how they're taking everything we have, including our money. You look at what's going on with the foreign, no matter what country you're talking about, they beat the United States. It's not going to happen anymore. It's not. Our trade deficit with China is almost $400 billion. $400 billion a year. A year. And then I see our president entertaining the heads of China and talking about our great trading partners. Yeah, they're a great trading partner for China, not for us. Our deficit with Japan is $70 billion a year. The cars pour in. We don't know what we're doing. We sell them practically nothing, relatively speaking. What we sell them is beef. Beef. They sell us cars. You go out to Los Angeles, you see these ships, the biggest ships you've ever seen, and the cars are pouring off, and they have no respect for us. And our trade deficit with Japan is almost 70 million. Think of this. Think of this. Japan, $70 billion, which is absolutely crazy. Now, we go to Mexico. I love the people of Mexico. I love Mexico. They're great people. I have thousands and thousands of Hispanics working for me. Thousands. Thousands of Hispanics. And in fact, in Nevada, the same poll, I win with the Hispanics, which everyone's surprised. I win with the Hispanics. So our trading deficit with Mexico is $45 billion a year. $45 billion. Now, I'm going to build a wall. It's going to be really a wall. It's going to be something special. Nobody's coming in other than if you come in legally. But here's the thing. Everybody said you can't build a wall. And I say Mexico's going to pay for it. They say, you can't do that. You can't do that. How can they do that? So if the wall costs $6 billion to build, and you know, we're talking about 1,000 miles. It's 2,000, but you need it on 1,000. The Great Wall of China, think of it, is 13,000 miles. It was built 2,000 years ago. We have a wall that has to be built. We have problems coming in like nobody has ever seen before. It has to be built. Has to be built. Whatever anybody said, just remember this. Almost everybody wanted this wall built 10 years ago, 12 years ago, 15 years ago. The liberals, the conservatives, everybody wanted it. One of the reasons it wasn't built is because they couldn't get an environmental impact statement approved. You believe this? All right? We're going to build the wall. Mexico's going to pay for it. Now, the people, the stupid people, say Mexico won't pay for it. We give Mexico billions of dollars. We have that trading deficit of almost $50 billion. We're talking about a 5 to 6 to 7. If you go Rolls Royce, you go. We're talking about from $5 to $7 billion. Who couldn't get that money? They're going to pay it so gladly. They're going to pay it so gladly. And I will say this. I speak with our politicians, and I speak to them all the time. But I speak to them loud and clear, and I know who I'm dealing with. And a lot of them are nice people. But they say, Donald, you'll never be able to get them to pay. And I realize they're not the right people to do the job. Because with the right messenger, they will pay so happily, so gladly. They're taking advantage of us at the border. They're taking advantage of us with trade. They're very good people, but their leaders are smarter than our leaders. Our leaders don't have a clue. They don't have a clue. We have a situation where a mother is pregnant. She goes to the border. She walks across the border right in front of our Border Patrol, who are great people, but they're not allowed to do their job. She lies down. She has a baby that they call anchor babies. She has a baby. Now, we're responsible for that baby for 85 years, okay? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. We can't do it. We owe $19 trillion. We owe a number that's almost inconceivable when you think about it. So we owe $19 trillion. We can't be in a position where we're doing what we're doing anymore. We just can't. We have to rebuild our country. We have to rebuild our infrastructure. We have to repeal and replace Obamacare. Have to do it. Have to do it. Have to do it. Obamacare is going to cost us more money than anybody would have ever dreamt, and it's no good. It doesn't work. Your premiums are going up 55%, 45%, 60%. Your deductibles are through the roof. You can be dead and never get any of the money. Your deductibles are so high. So we're going to repeal Obamacare. We're going to replace it with something that's going to be terrific. And it's going to be terrific. It's going to cost our country very little, and people are going to be able to have their doctor, have their plan, pay less money. If they're sick, they're not going to have to worry about a deductible being so high that nothing works unless you get hit by a tractor. So we're going to do that. We're going to do so many different things. We're going to make our country great again. We're going to make it so great. Our taxes, we just put in a plan the other day. We're going to reduce taxes tremendously because we have the highest tax rate anywhere in the world. And our middle class is being absolutely destroyed. It's being destroyed. You know, we used to have the middle class that everybody was proud of, and we don't have that anymore. They're being so badly treated. Our vets are being treated worse than anybody. Our vets. I watched last night with Bernie Sanders and Hillary and the other three guys that nobody, the other three guys that nobody even knows who the hell they are. Who are they? But I watched last night as Hillary and Bernie Sanders, they just couldn't give things away fast enough. And they're giving them to illegal immigrants. They want health care for illegal immigrants. They want driver's license for illegal immigrants. They're suggesting, listen to this, they're suggesting Social Security for illegal immigrants. So we're going to straighten things out. We're going to do it the right way. We're going to bring immigration under control. We're not going to have a situation like Kate, beautiful Kate in San Francisco. This guy comes in 5 different times. It could have been much more than that. After the 5th time, she gets shot in the back. We're not going to have it anymore. We're going to have a situation that's going to be rational, reasonable. We're going to keep in the country when somebody goes through a long process with college. They go to Harvard, they go to Yale, they go to a great college. University of Virginia, great college, right? Great, that is right next to our property. We love them, that's a great college. But they go to University of Virginia, they do fantastic. They do just great. And they're so proud. And they're from another country, but they want to stay here. And we tell them, get out. You stayed here, you have to go home. And then the case in India, where a man opened a company, wanted to stay here. He ends up opening the country in India. He now has 5,000 employees. It's one of the hottest companies in the world. And he would have been here. He would have been here. And that's what we want. We want to keep people here. We want people to come in legally. And I say, and so importantly, and I'm saying it all the time, we want to have a big door. We want to have a big, beautiful door right in the middle of that wall, and we want those people to come in. They've got to do it through a legal process. If we don't have a border, and we have people all over this country, we have no idea where they're coming from, we don't have a country. We no longer have a country. It's very simple. And we're going to do it with heart, and we're going to get along with people, and everything's going to be great, but we're going to have a country again. We're going to take back our country, and we're going to start doing things properly. When we have countries like the ones I named, and many others, and we have people that take advantage of our leaders because they're not smart, they're incompetent, they're stupid, or they don't care, that's going to end. I have the greatest minds on Wall Street. I have them already lined up. They're calling me. These are the greatest negotiators in the world. They're calling me. Carl Icahn, great. I have all of them. I have the best in the world. They don't want money. They don't want salaries. They're rich. They made it because they're great negotiators. They want to come and they want to see our country be great again. They're proud of our country. Some are nice people, some aren't. I don't care. I want the greatest. And I know the best. I know the smartest, the sharpest. I know people that are overrated. I know people that are better than all of them. And we're going to bring them in, and we're going to bring them in, and they're going to be in charge of one, China. Let me tell you about China. First of all, I love China. The people are great. They buy my apartments for $50 million all the time. How could I dislike them, right? I tell it to everybody. I have the largest bank in the world in one of my buildings. It's from China. I mean, this is a bank that makes Citibank look like this big. I love China, but they've taken advantage. I wish it were turned around. I wish our representatives took advantage of them. I think that would be great. I think that would be great. But it's a one-way street. It's a one-way street to poverty. For us, poverty. We can't do it. We're in a bubble right now. Believe me, we are in a bubble. We have a phony statistic on jobs. We have 100 million people in the workforce. They want to work. We have 100 million people. We have tremendous levels of poverty. We have welfare all over the place. And these are people, in many cases, they want to go out and get a great job and be proud and take home a lot of money, but we can't because we're losing all our jobs. We're losing them to other nations. We're losing them to stupid policies. This trade pact, Trans-Pacific Partnership, it's believe me, if it was good, I'd say, I don't care if Obama proposed it. If it were good, I wish Obama were a great president. I don't care. Then I wouldn't have to run. I love what I was doing. It's true. I love it. I love it. So true. I'd love if he were a great president, where I say, wow, he's a great president. I'd vote. I'd be his greatest fan. I don't care, because what I want is what's good for the country. I don't want to be doing this. I'm actually having fun because I'm so energized. I go to these crowds. You know, we went to Dallas. We had 20,000 people where the Mavericks play. 20,000 people. We go to Oklahoma 2 weeks ago. We had 20,000 people in a park. We go, no matter where we go. We went to Mobile, Alabama. We had 35,000 people. No matter where we go. We go up to New Hampshire. We have the biggest crowds. Iowa, the biggest crowd. South Carolina, we had something 2 weeks ago. It was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. A friend of mine actually said, how do you do that? How do you make speeches in front of so many people? And you don't have teleprompters, Donald. I notice you don't. I don't want a teleprompter. I don't want, right? I don't. It would be so much easier. It would be, think of it. You have your teleprompter, right? You walk up. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's wonderful to be in Virginia, where you have all sorts of great people. And you do. By the way, when you talk, you really have the Hall of Fame. You know, it's true. No, you have the Hall of Fame. You know, I told my guys, I said, look, I'm here. I employ a lot of people. I have a lot of property. It's great. But just a couple of things. I mean, this is a real Hall of Fame. Patrick Henry, give me liberty or give me death. How good, right? How good is that? Oh, I want to come up with a slogan as good as that. How about Make America Great Again? I don't know, you know. It's great. It's great. But I still like give me liberty or give me death. That's very good. See, I want to get the word again off that eventually. You know, I want to get the word, he just said you will. I will. It's not even going to be that hard. It's not all it takes common sense. It takes business ability. And we're going to treat people well. You know, I say I'm a conservative with heart because we're going to have that great health care program, but we're going to take care of everyone. We're going to take care of people. And people are going to pay much less and get it so good. We're going to take care of so many things. But I like to say conservative with heart because a lot of people think if you're Republican, you don't have heart. You're mean, you're horrible people. It doesn't work that way. I've gone over my plans and somebody said, oh, well, that's not conservative. You know, it's sort of interesting. You have a group called Club for Growth. I talk about it. Club for Growth. I never even heard of it. This guy comes up to my office, right? And he sits down. Nice guy. I think he was an ex-congressman, so he knows how to talk. That's all they do is talk. They're all talk, no action, except for the politicians currently in this room, of which we have plenty. They're great. In fact, Dave Bratt. Where's Dave Bratt? He's great. And I was just with his family and his children and his wife, and I tell you, he's done a great job. There's a guy, he shows you can do things. I mean, who would have thought that? That's never happened before, what he did. So I just give him just a lot of credit. But I have to go. Okay, so Patrick Henry, we talk, great, right? Then you have Thomas Jefferson. That's pretty good, right? Thomas Jefferson. Man. Then you have James Madison, principal author of the Constitution. That's pretty good. And then you have George Washington. That's pretty good, right? George Washington. You know, it's pretty amazing. You know, when you think of Virginia, just pretty amazing. So I tell the stories, and I love these stories because it shows how important it is. I'm self-funding my campaign, okay? I'm the only one. And I see all of the guys that are competing with me, and some of them are nice, although some of them have hit me really hard. I mean, you know, they're asking me for contributions, and then as soon as I run, it's like a couple of them, like Perry, he went wild. He was a nice guy. Governor Perry. Didn't work out too well for him, but he really hit me. And then Lindsey Graham, I thought he was a nice guy, but he hit me. He made speeches about Trump because they want to get their numbers up, not working. And every case has gone down. They've all gone down. Man, can you imagine if I'm president? Everybody that plays tough with us, they're all going down, right? That's nice, right? But I look at what's going on, and I see so much, and I see the way the politicians are controlled. Don't forget, I was the perfect person. I was like central casting, because before I ran, I was on the A-list. I contributed a tremendous amount. I got along well with Democrats, with liberals, with conservatives. That was my job. Somebody said, but you gave money to a Democrat. Of course I did. I get along with everybody. One of the magazines said he's a world-class businessman. You can't have fights. You got to get along. I was told by Hillary in a speech recently. I was told same day by Jeb that we don't like his tone. His tone. I built this incredible company, and I built it, and you'll see because a book comes out on November 3rd, which is your election day, by the way, so go out and vote. Make sure the right people get it. So important. It actually comes out. It comes out on election. It's going to be great. It's actually a tough name, Crippled America. It's a tough name, but it tells you how we're going to fix it and how we're going to go about it. But I'm self-funding. It's so important. I was in Iowa a few weeks ago, and I said to the people, I feel so foolish. These people want to give me millions and millions of dollars. And, you know, it's sort of like anti-me. It's like, why wouldn't I take it? I always take money. That's what I do. I take money. That's how you become rich, right? These guys know. Millions of dollars. So I said to the group and we had 5,000 people in an auditorium like this. I said, look, here's the story. I feel a little bit stupid when I don't take all this money. I said, supposing I take it, just supposing, and I promise I won't do anything for them. And they all stood up and they said, no, no. I couldn't believe it. I thought I talked them into it. But the truth is, I love what I'm doing. I love that I'm self-funding because I'm not controlled by anybody. I'm not controlled. Controlled by you. And I'm controlled by you. I'm going to do the right thing. And you've heard me talking about the Ford plant. Have you heard that story? The Ford plant. Because I love it. But Ford, you want it again? Should I do it again? I just think it's good. So Ford closes a lot of plants. They're building a $2.5 billion plant in Mexico. It's all right. Except what do we get out of it? And they're going to make cars and trucks and parts, and they're going to send them into the United States and other places. How does that help us? We all go to I went to Wharton. You all went to good schools. And if you didn't go to good schools, if you never graduated from high school, you know it is not good for us. And a $2.5 billion plant in Mexico, that's a big plant. So they're going to suck our jobs away. They're going to make cars, trucks, and parts in Mexico. And I said to myself, what would happen if a Rubio or a Bush or a Hillary were president? So here's what happens. They would know it's no good. They would all know it's no good. And they'd say, no, 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 we can't let that happen. And the following hour, they'd be called by a lobbyist who gave them $5 million. They'd be called by the special interest that gave them $10 million. They'd be called by one of their donors who owns stock in Ford or whatever, who gave them $1 million. And they'd say, Mr. President, you can't do that. They were very helpful in your campaign to become president. You can't do that. And you know what's going to happen? He'll say, or she'll say, I have to do it. And they'll say, no, no, you can't do it. And he'll say, okay, I won't. And the plant is going to be built. Now, let's do the other alternative. Trump is president. They haven't given me anything. Okay, let's assume. Let's assume. So I call the head of Ford. I say, I wouldn't even use my guys for this. This is too easy. Honestly, it's too easy. So I call the head of Ford. I say, you're building a plant. You're going to employ thousands of people, but you're not employing people in the United States. You're employing other people. And I think that's fine. But tell me how we benefit. He'll be unable to explain it. Believe me, he cannot explain. Not to me, he can't. Believe me. I'll say, listen, I want you to build a plant in Michigan, or I want you to build a plant here, or I don't care. I want it in the United States. I don't want to lose. I'm tired of the jobs with NAFTA and all of these crazy deals we make. I'm tired of these jobs, the new one that we're just trying to approve. I'm tired of these jobs like a vacuum cleaner. They suck the jobs out of the country. They suck our money out of the country. We have nothing. We have nothing. We're like a third world country. Our airports, our roads, our bridges are falling down. 61% of our bridges are in trouble. Do you believe this? We drive over a bridge, it's in trouble. So I would say to him the following. I won't use his name because he happens to be a very good guy. But I would say, let me just tell you something. I want you to build it in the United States. I don't want you leaving. And if you do leave, and if you insist on leaving, you're not bringing those cars over free. You're not. You're not doing it. Remember the trade deficit. Remember here, we're talking $45 to $50 billion a year. You're not bringing those cars over free. We're going to charge you a 35% tax on every car, truck, and part that you bring over. Now, I believe in free trade. I'm a free trader. But I also want smart trade, and I want fair trade. It's got to be fair trade. Free is good all over, but it's got to be fair so we can compete. So what happens is the following. He will call up and say, no, 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 we won't do that, Mr. President. I'll then be hit by every person I know in Washington, all of whom have given me nothing. In fact, I've given most of them, the lobbyists. I know all these people. But now they'll call, and I'll say, no, 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 we got to do the right thing. Then I'll be called by everybody else, but I haven't taken their money. I owe them nothing. I only owe you people. I owe you in particular with that wonderful location. Right? And I'll say the following. I'm saying, no, we want you to build that plant in the United States. It's going to be built in the United States. They'll say no. I guarantee you within 24 hours, probably by 5 o'clock that afternoon, assuming it's made at 12. They like to call around lunchtime so they can have a drink and convince the politicians what to do. Assuming the call is made at 12, probably by 5 o'clock, they will say, yes, Mr. President, we've agreed, we're going to build in the United States. The only thing that could change is they're pretty tough negotiators, so it may take an extra day. They may wait till 5 o'clock the following. That's the only thing. They can't do anything. We have the cards. See, what people don't realize, Obama thinks that they have the cards. We have the cards. China has created one of the greatest thefts in the history of the world. It's true. They have sucked our economy dry. And if you want to do business in China, and I have many friends that are manufacturers, and I love these guys, and they're great manufacturers, and they call me all the time, they cannot get their product into China. They can't do it. And when they do, there's a big tax. And we're like the dummies. Oh, bring it in, just flood it in, come on in. And then they do their currency manipulation, which is one of the reasons that the trade pact doesn't work. Hillary Clinton was listening to my speech. She was in favor of it 44 times. And then yesterday, 2 days ago, she came out against the trade pact. You know why? Because if she has to debate me, she knows she's going to get killed on that pact. Killed. And I have to hand it to Hillary Clinton. You're going to all be angry. I have to hand it to her. It took great courage for her to go against President Obama on the trade pact. You know why? Because maybe she gets indicted. Because she is being totally protected by the Democrats because what she did is illegal. And you look at General Petraeus. He did 5%. A friend of mine very familiar with the whole subject, with the emails. General Petraeus did 5% of what she did, and they've destroyed his life. Other people have done far less, and the life is destroyed. So the Democrats are just protecting her. There's no reason for this. Now, I'd want it to go a fair investigation, let everything be fair. But what's happened is absolutely crazy. So let's see if she might have done okay last night. She did. She did okay because nobody attacked her. Nobody attacked her. There was no attack. You know, in my debate, I hate to say because we're live on CNN, they're going to want it, but in my debate, they said, Mr. Trump, what do you think of this that the man next to you said? And then they go to him and they said, Donald Trump called you a horrible human being. How do you respond? It was like a reality television show. Whereas last night, they'd ask a question, they'd get an answer. They'd ask a question. With me, everything was an attack. It's crazy. And yet every poll said I won that debate, so I'm very happy with that. But every poll, Drudge, Time Magazine, Slate, every poll. But it was a whole different story. So we have to do something about that. Let me give you one other quick story. Nabisco, Oreos, right? Nabisco, right? Oreos. They're closing their big plant in Chicago. They're moving it to Mexico. I'll never eat another Oreo again, ever, ever. So I'm going to talk to them. I mean, I don't want their cookies made and sold. I just don't want it. It's unfair to us. Chicago is losing this large plant. It's going to another country. We have a thing called corporate inversion. That's where companies have trillions and trillions of dollars outside of the United States, okay? Trillions. They think minimum $2.5 trillion. I think it's much more than that. It's covered in my tax plan, corporate inversion. We have people and we have companies. You know, in the old days, they'd move from New York to Florida, from New Jersey to Texas, whatever. Now they move from the United States to foreign countries. They take all those jobs. And one of the reasons they're moving is because they can't get the money that they made outside of the United States back into this country. And you know that every single politician practically in Washington agrees, Democrats, Republicans, they all agree that we should allow it to come back. It's good. Let them have them. They can't agree. And you know why they can't agree? Because we don't have a leader in the White House. That's really why. We don't have a leader. This is a situation where every single politician practically wants it to come, and they can't agree. So we're doing something wrong. But really what it is, it's leadership. It's leadership. You get them into a room and you get something done. So things are happening in this country that people haven't seen happen in 50 years. I got a call the other day from a tremendous reporter, one of the few honest ones. And he said, how does it feel? I said, how does what feel? What you've done. Because think of this. You know what? And they'll tell you. Everyone's surprised. I've spent so little money and I'm leading every poll, every state, everything. Why? In fact, you know, I was supposed to, in my own, I had a budget, because I like budgets. You know, I'm a business person. We all have budgets. Right? I thought I'd have spent about $25 million up until this point. You know what I spent? Like nothing. Because I was going to spend a tremendous amount on advertising. But we've gone so far, and the polls and everything are so good, and the crowds are so great, I don't like to waste money. What's the purpose of spending? And I get so much on television. Still. Tonight I'm doing O'Reilly if you're home. O'Reilly, he's great. Good guy. But I spend so much, like I'll do interviews. Now, an interview is better than a commercial. Don't we agree? Right? It's better. Commercial, you turn it off, you go home. I mean, I look at some of these guys. They've spent tens of millions of dollars and they've got 1%. So I said to myself, you know, is it good to talk about how little we spent? Or is it bad? In one way, they say, oh, he should have spent more. But in one way, I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud of it. Very proud. Now, I'll spend as we need to, but it's great. I mean, think of it. I've spent the least of anybody or just about, and I'm first place. Is that good? Right? Right? And I don't mean first place by a little bit. You know, there was a guy, any baseball fans in the audience? We got some good kids. Okay. Did anybody ever hear of Charles O. Finley, the great Charles O. Finley, right? The Oakland A's. He had the lowest payroll in baseball, the lowest payroll, and he won the World Series 3 times. He had Reggie Jackson, sold him to the Yankees. He had Catfish Hunter, sold him to the Yankees. George Steinbrenner, who was one of my best friends and a great guy, he used to say, this guy's brutal. Donald, he doesn't spend any money and he's like killing us. And George would always buy his players, but he bought them at the top, you know. But George did just fine. George did great. George was great. But there's a guy, the lowest payroll, now think of it, by far, in baseball. And yet he had the best team. And he won 3 World Series, I think, in a row, right? Charles O. Finley. There's something beautiful about that, to me. To me, there's something beautiful about that. So we'll spend whatever we have to spend. I mean, one of the things that happened that's so incredible, I did Meet the Press. Nice, Chuck Todd. He had his highest ratings in 4.5 years. He called up our office. He said, thank you. Can you believe it? I saved his job. I saved his job. It's true. It's true. And I did the same job. I did This Week with George Stephanopoulos. They got tremendous ratings. The other shows were dying. They were dying. This is 2 weeks ago. But they asked me a question, just to show you it's so terrible. They said, Mr. Trump, now you got to understand, leading all the polls, getting the biggest crowds, everybody's going crazy. They said, Mr. Trump, is there any way that you'd get out of the race? And I said to myself, now think of it. Who would be asked that question? One of the commentators said, who would be asked that? If you're in first place, would anybody else but me be asked that question? Is that terrible? So they said, is there any way that you'd get out of the race? And I said, that's a strange question, but I thought I'd give a very honest answer. And I said very, very honestly, look, we're number 1, but if we weren't, and if everything went down, the polls, the crowds, if you don't call anymore because you don't want interviews because it's over, like some of the guys we're running against. I mean, honestly, if I was some of those guys, what's the purpose? I don't know. Do they gain something by having 0? Do they gain something and going in a debate? They call it the children's debate. Guys like Pataki, he's got 0. Guys like Rand, I hate to say it, he attacked me. He was much higher when he attacked, right? But he went down. I mean, so many. I don't want to use names. I refuse to embarrass anybody. Okay. But so I said to him, so if for some reason everything just tanked and I went down, I'd certainly consider it. Next day headlines, Trump considering leaving. It's so dishonest. And actually it took a couple of unbelievable polls to stop it. It took a couple of unbelievable polls, which I get all the time. I said, wait a minute, I didn't say that. But they put out stuff, and it's so false and so disgusting. And remember this, much of the press that I've met have been terrific people and honorable people. I've met some amazing people, like 30%, okay? Then you have 30% who are okay, and, you know, they do their job. But you have, I'd say, 10 to 15 to 20% who are truly bad people. They're dishonest. They're horrible human beings. They know it's not a question of being lazy or anything. They actually go out of their way to write false stories. And somebody asked me today, I did an interview today, and they said, what's been your biggest surprise? I said, I don't know my biggest surprise, but my most pleasant surprise is how brilliant the public is. They get it. The public gets it. They really get it. But it's been tremendous fun. I was going to tell you before, so a friend of mine said, how do you do that? How do you speak? No teleprompters, no this, no that, and you just speak. I say, it's amazing. And by the way, no disrespect, but every place I go, you would love these people. Whether it's Alabama, whether it's Dallas, whether it's all of the Oklahoma, it's like all the same. They're incredible people. You're incredible people. They want to see, it's true. It's true. They want to see our country be great again. They know it can be. They want to see it happen. They want to see victories. We don't win with anything. We don't win with ISIS. We don't win with Iraq. We don't win with Libya. We don't win with Yemen. Wait till you see that. And they are going into Saudi Arabia, folks, in case you had it. And by the way, we will defend Saudi Arabia, and we will defend them for nothing, even though they make $1 billion a day. Those days are going to stop. I ordered 4,000 television sets recently. They come from South Korea. South Korea makes a fortune as a country, a fortune. We defend them. We have 28,000 soldiers on the line. And we have this maniac on the other side. We have our soldiers right between. They pay us like nothing. We defend Germany. A lot of people don't even know. We defend Germany. They're a behemoth economically, a behemoth. We defend them. We defend Japan. Free. They give us nothing, relatively. They give us like virtually nothing. We defend them. And you say to yourself, why? And here's the thing interesting with Japan. I love Japan. It's great. Well, let's work, but work something out. Help us out. Give us something. We can get rid of all these deficits. We can make. We can make. True. And then you have the stupid people say, oh, you can't ask for that. They're a sovereign nation. Sure they are. They got to help us out. But here's the deal we have with Japan. We will defend them with our lives, with our money. We will defend them to the death. If they get attacked, we will fight. We have to fight. If we get attacked, they don't have to do anything. That's right. That's like Sergeant Bergdahl. We got a guy. It's true. No, it's true. We have a guy, 6 young people, great people, were killed looking for him. We get Bergdahl, they get 5 of the great killers that they've wanted for 10 years, right? These are the deals that we make because we have leadership that doesn't know what the hell it's doing. Now, in the old days, with Bergdahl, who was a traitor, it was treason. You shoot him, he gets shot. You've been reading the news over the last couple of days. They think he won't even get jail time anymore. Well, you know, he had some psychological difficulty. They don't really know what happened. Wasn't feeling so good. We are just heading in the wrong direction. So, you look around at all the people that are here tonight, and you remember, because it's happening. Things are happening. It's a movement. It's a movement. It's absolutely a movement. I get calls, and I was going to tell you, from a highly respected guy. He said, Mr. Trump, could I ask you one question? Reporter, one of the biggest. How does it feel? I said, how does what feel? What you've done has never been done before in politics. You're an outsider. You came in. They call it the summer of Trump, right? I hear that. I mean, it's here. Right? They said it's never been done. And this is the top guy. He said, never been done. How does it feel? I said, I'll be honest. To me, it doesn't feel anything because unless we win, I've wasted my time. And he said, no, you haven't. What you've done is incredible. By the way, that was a while ago. He still hasn't written the story. I think he's afraid to write the story. You want to know the truth. But he said, what you've done is incredible. And I said, I understand what you're saying, but I'm telling you, unless I win, meaning unless we win in the primaries, And we can't have these politicians any longer. We just can't do it. We can't do it. We can't do it. All talk, no action, no ability. They've got one ability. They've got an ability to get reelected. That's their only ability. That's what they have to do. They have to get reelected. So I said, and I told him, if I don't win, I consider it to be a massive failure. That means primaries, that means win the election. Because otherwise, hey, we've all had a lot of fun, but nothing's going to happen. I watched Hillary last night with, we're going to give this, we're going to give that, we're going to give that. The poor woman, she's got to give everything away because this maniac that was standing on her right is giving everything away, so she's following. That's what's happening. This socialist / communist, okay? Nobody wants to say it. No. No, in all fairness to her, she's standing there listening to this guy. He's going to tax you people at 90%. He's going to take everything. And nobody's heard the term communist. But you know what? I call him a socialist / communist, okay? Because that's what he is. So then you see her stand up. Now it's her turn. And she goes, oh, I'm going to do that too. I'm going to do that too. I'm going to do that. Because you got to win. Because she's not doing so well. And in a head-to-head poll, they just did that. I beat her by 5 or 6 points. I love it. I love it. But we have to be careful. So here's the story. You're going to look around. You're going to remember this night. Because as a very important person told me, this is not just crowds gathered. This is a movement. There's a movement going on. When you're leading by 20 and 25 points in all these states, when you're leading in South Carolina by 20, when you're leading in all of these places, Nevada, and leading with the Hispanics, because they know I create jobs, and they're here legally, and they don't want people taking their houses and running all over the place. They want what they have, and they want it to get better, and they want jobs. So when we're leading by 20 points, 25, one of the polls had us 40% above everybody else. That's a massive number. Those are massive numbers. And as this person said, this is a movement. This is no longer we're playing games. This is a movement. You know, they all said, oh, he's never going to run. He's got a wonderful life. Well, yeah, I do. But they said he's never going to run. Then he'll never file Form A. Form A is where you sign your life away. I signed Form A. Then they say, oh, he'll never put in his financials because he's probably not as wealthy as people thought, right? So I have almost 100 pages of financials. Then they said, oh, he'll put them in, but he'll put them in way late. So I put them in ahead of schedule. I could have had many months after that. By the way, some of these guys that I'm running against, they put them in late. It's a 1 page. And they're late. They needed extensions. It's a true story. But they say he'll never put in his financials. And I was so happy to put him in. In fact, if I didn't run, I might have put him in because I like to tell people, I did a good job. You know? I did a good job. So I put in my financials, and all of these guys, the pundits, I call them the talking heads. You know, they get paid. They don't know what the hell they're doing, many of them. So they're all devastated because they said he wasn't running. He'll never file. He'll never this. He'll never do that. So I put in my financials, and it turns out that my company is much bigger, better, stronger, better, like much bigger than anyone ever thought. It's fantastic. Like we even come down here. We have the biggest winery on the East Coast. We have the great land on the Potomac River. They don't know that. You people know it because you're from Virginia, but no matter where I go, I have property coming out of my ears. It's true. And I have very little debt, great cash flow. And I'm not saying that to brag. I'm saying that because that's the kind of thinking we need in the country. It's true. That's the kind of thinking. Thank you. If you think of some of the countries we talked about, if you think of, let's say instead of losing in terms of China, let's say instead of losing 350 to 400 billion a year in trade deficits, let's say we broke even, okay? Do you know what that means? Does anyone have any idea what that means? Let's say instead of losing with Japan $75 billion a year, let's say we broke even. Let's say they agreed to take more of our product so we can equalize. Not that it's a one-way street, and it's easy. And we have the cards because we can say, we don't want your cars anymore. I'm sorry, we have all the cars. They wouldn't know what to do. So we're going to do a job. I give you my word. I don't care about my company. It's peanuts compared to what this is so much more. I have wonderful children, Ivanka, Don, Eric. My kids are wonderful. My wife is wonderful. But my 3 older kids that I just mentioned, they'll run it with my executives. It doesn't mean anything to them anymore. It doesn't mean. It's peanuts. I want to save this. I want to do such a great job. I want to make you people so proud of this country again. So proud. So proud. So, look around at all the people here. Look around at the people next to you, because this is a special night. We are going to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you.
That was Donald Trump in full. We promised that to you earlier today because we couldn't bring you the entire speech due to a Lamar Odom press conference that we had. So we did just give you temporary, just part of that speech. And sorry, I'm transitioning to quickly. I'm going to quickly this time give you a breakdown of the top 5 stories. I won't go into them in depth like I have throughout the day because you've probably heard them a few times by now. So let me quickly do that now. Russia deliberately targeting U.S.-backed forces in Syria. Moscow is deliberately targeting U.S.-backed forces in Syria as part of a military campaign that has killed up to 150 CIA-trained rebels, a U.S. official told Fox News National. Trump, Twitter champ. Trump picked up more followers. You just heard him gloating about that. That Trump picked up more followers during the Democrat debate than all of the Democrats combined. Now, our numbers were 70,000 new Twitter followers, and Donald Trump doubled that at least in his speech. The I-10 shooter is saying that his alibi is that he was on the phone with his grandmother, and his attorneys are claiming that they can back that up with technology and interviews with his family. The NAU shooter, as of Friday, he was the shooter that was involved with the fraternity, shot 4 individuals, one of them dying. The NAU shooter charged with second-degree murder. That's in addition to 6 assault charges against 18-year-old Stephen Jones, 2 for each of the students that survived. And then in regards to Lamar Odom, I feel like this is a minute-by-minute thing, so I'm going to check quickly on TMZ. And I can say that TMZ has not updated since I last updated you, but the sex pills that were in his system, along with the cocaine, the reload, were allegedly, the FDA determined that they were dangerous, and they asked people to pull them from the shelves. They weren't pulled at this brothel, and the sheriff has taken all of them from that location. Now we're going to go into Bernie Sanders. That happened right when Jude LaCava was on this evening. So while Jude LaCava was talking, we had Bernie Sanders, and I'm going to have to find out where he is here, but I've got Bernie Sanders for you now. We could have used this last night during the debate. We needed a mixture of some of these candidates last night. We did get to hear from Martin O'Malley, but it does feel like we only hear from Hillary Clinton for the most part in regards to Democrats campaigning. What if we don't have sound? I don't know if I'm hearing him. Here we go. I'll start that over.
It seems police, and we talk about criminal justice. I think all of us understand that there is something profoundly wrong in a nation when we see, it seems, God knows, every week, every month, another mass killing. And what can we say about a sick person who walks into an elementary school and kills children, another individual walks into a church, goes into a Bible study class, and then kills 9 people because the color of their skin is different than his. Clearly, what we need to do, in my view, is create a consensus which I believe exists in this country, for sensible gun control legislation which, and you know, this is not, President Obama, I think, made the right point. It's not easy to solve this problem. But just because it ain't easy doesn't mean we don't try. And the way we try is to do everything that we can to make sure that guns are not in the hands of people who should not have those guns. And I'll tell you the other thing that we do. I'll tell you the other thing. We have to own up to this. Is right now in America, there are thousands of people walking our streets who are suicidal and they are homicidal. That's the sad truth. Our job is to make sure that when people are facing mental health crises, they are able to get the help they need when they need it. You know, I have gotten calls in my office, and I am sure that governors and other senators and members of Congress, public officials all over America, get a call. Somebody calls and say, you know, I'm worried about my brother. I don't know what he's going to do to himself or somebody else. And we're desperately looking out for help, and we can't find anything now that we can afford. And then we see what that inaction means when we look at a front page of a newspaper and see another mass killing and another tragedy. So in my view, what we should absolutely make certain is that when people need counseling and they need mental health treatment, they get it when they need it, not too much from today. Now here's where we are as a nation. You read and the media tells you that we are a very divided nation, and to some degree that's true. The differences of opinion on issues like gay marriage or abortion or guns, there is a real divide in this country. Women equality, huge issues. But on the other hand, what I want to tell you is there is a lot more commonality, a lot more common interest among people than many would be able to believe. Okay? I am the ranking member on the Budget Committee representing the Democrats. And here is what the Republican budget is about. The Republican budget, and I want you to be thinking for a moment, these are the guys who control the U.S. House and the U.S. Senate. And this is what their budget is. And if you think I'm exaggerating and kidding, you know, go to the internet and check it out. This is the truth. This is the truth. And I say that because it's hard to believe. What the Republican budget says is, let us end the Affordable Care Act, make massive cuts in Medicaid, and throw 27 million people off of health insurance. Now, we are the only major country on earth that doesn't guarantee health care to all people, something I want to change. And Republicans want to throw 27 million people off of health insurance. And when you ask them, and I do, because I'm the ranking member, I say, tell me, if you're going to throw 27 million people off of health insurance, how many of them will die? Do you have a study on that? How many thousands will die? How many thousands will become much sicker than they should have been? They have no response at all. And then you go on to another issue. Republicans say, well, at a time when it is harder and harder for working-class families to send their kids to college, let's cut Pell Grants by $90 billion over a 10-year period. Let's make it even harder. And by the way, when families here in Los Angeles and in Vermont are struggling to put food on the table, let's make billions of dollars in cuts in nutrition programs. Oh, and by the way, after cutting health care and education and nutrition and environmental programs, they have another brilliant idea. And that is, why don't we provide over $250 billion in tax breaks to the wealthiest 0.2%. Now, I tell you these things because when the American people understand that, and the media doesn't report this too often, but when the American people understand that, they say, these guys are crazy. What world are they living in? And what our job, they get away with that stuff because in the last election, 63% of the American people didn't vote. 80% of young people didn't vote. And there are millions of people who know very, very little about what goes on in Washington. That's just a fact. Millions of people don't even know which political party controls the U.S. House or the U.S. Senate. No, it's a fact. I mean, I'm not making that up. So what we are trying to do in this campaign, and what I mean by waging a political revolution, is to bring people together to stand up and demand that the United States government represents all of us and not just a handful of billionaires. Everybody here knows that change, real change, never comes from the top down. It always comes from the bottom up. Working people fought and struggled and died to build the trade union movement, so that workers could engage in collective bargaining and earn decent wages and benefits. Millions of African Americans and their white allies and Hispanic allies, Asian American allies, fought to end racist legislation in this country. And it wasn't just great people like Martin Luther King Jr. There are people whose names you do not know, who were lynched, who died, were beaten to death, fighting for civil rights. But finally, millions of people came together and said, you know what? We are going to end segregation. We're going to pass a Civil Rights Act. And in 2008, we are going to elect a guy to be president notwithstanding the color of his skin. And for well over 100 years, women struggled and said, sorry, we are not going to be second-class citizens in America. We are going to be able to control our own bodies. But that didn't happen as a result of a decision in the Supreme Court. It happened because millions of women and their male allies struggled to make that happen. And if we were here 10, 15 years ago, not a very long time ago, and somebody jumped up and said, you know, I think that gay marriage would be legal in every state in America, somebody would have told them they're crazy. Couldn't happen. But what happened is the gay community and their straight allies said, you know what? We are going to end homophobia in this country. Now, what is my point? What is my point on all that? It is to tell you that real change can happen when we do not allow them to divide us up by the color of our skin, by whether we are gay or straight, by whether we were born in America or not in America, whether we're a woman or a man. That is how they win. But when we stand united, fighting for our kids and our parents by the millions, making this political revolution, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. Thank you all very much.
I was going to say, what's his exit music? And no matter what it is, it's not as cool as Donald Trump's. Donald Trump has some very creative exit music. Can you hear me? Because I can't really hear myself. So tell me if you can hear me. You know, it's tough for me on Wednesdays because Empire's on, and Empire is my favorite show in the world. Aside from, well, what's this here? We're going to head over to Marco Rubio. We're hearing a lot from him lately. I don't know if you've noticed that, but Marco Rubio has hit the campaign trail hard, and I don't know if he's hitting it harder than he was before, or if Fox is just paying more attention to him. Because keep in mind, what we bring you because we can, because of satellite feeds we're getting in from other affiliates. But maybe Fox National is like, this is the guy to watch, because we're getting Marco Rubio in a lot more lately. Not a lot of Huckabee, not a lot of Rand Paul, not a lot of Lindsey Graham, not a lot of these other candidates, but we are seeing regularly Trump, Rubio. I haven't seen Ben Carson or Carly lately, and I'd like to, because I enjoyed their speeches as well. But maybe, I mean, a lot of people are saying he's the one to watch. Not a lot of Ted Cruz either. But again, there are so many people in the GOP arena that it is going to be hard for them to lock down people to focus on. And really quick, while we are at the half-an-hour mark, Russia targeting U.S.-backed forces. Twitter in regard to the Dem debate, Trump trumped everybody on Twitter, gaining, at least as far as we can prove, 70,000 new Twitter followers, although his numbers double that when he tells that story. The I-10 shooter says that he was on the phone with his grandmother during one of the shootings and has that alibi. His attorneys say they can prove that. And the NAU shooter was charged with second-degree murder because they could not prove premeditation. And as far as we know, Lamar Odom is still in a coma in Nevada, and we don't have any updates in regards to that story, but we're going to head over to Marco Rubio speaking on the other side.
Being a part of this. So I think I'll begin by telling you why I'm running for president, which is the most important question that anybody running for president should have to answer. And the reason I'm running for president is because I want this to continue to be a country where people can do for their children what my parents did for me and what your parents did for you. For over 2 centuries, unique in the history of the world, this country has been a place where no matter where you started out, no matter how poor your parents were or how disconnected from power they might have been, this was the place where if you worked hard and you persevered, you would be able to go as far as your talent and your work would take you. The place where people through hard work and perseverance could achieve not just a better life for themselves, but an even better life for their children. And the result is the American miracle, exemplified by the American dream. And that's why for over 2 centuries, we have been a nation where each generation has left the next better off than themselves. That American dream is what makes us special. Every country in the world has rich people. Even the poorest country on this planet has rich people. What makes America special is here, people that don't come from wealth and privilege, and who may never be rich themselves, still achieve happiness because through hard work and perseverance, they achieve the life they wanted. If we ever lose that, we stop being a special country. We'll still be important. We'll still be a rich and powerful country, but we won't be a special one anymore if we ever lose that. If we ever become a country like those other places, where what you can do with your life is determined by what your parents were or did, we stop being unique and exceptional. And so it should concern us that for the first time in a very long time, a majority of Americans now believe that that dream, that attribute of ours, is no longer within reach for people like them. It should concern us that a majority of Americans don't just believe America's headed in the wrong direction, but a majority of Americans are convinced that their children will not live a life as good as their own. Why is this happening? Well, it's happening primarily for 2 reasons. One, because we are living through a time of extraordinary economic and geopolitical transformation. This economy looks nothing like the economy I grew up in, not to mention the one we had 50 years ago. And yet we have government policies that are not modernized, that do not reflect this new economy, which leads to the second reason why this is happening. And that is that in the modern history of this country, never has there been a time when the political class is more out of touch than it is today. And I wish I could just say as in one political party, but it is in both. Leaders in both parties that are both out of touch and outdated, who do not remember what it was like to live paycheck to paycheck, or perhaps never did, who do not know what it's like to owe thousands of dollars in student loans, or forgot, who do not know how difficult it is for small businesses to survive and thrive in this new environment with all of the regulations and burdens that government is imposing upon them. And the result is an extraordinary sense of frustration. And that's why this election matters more than most. Because this election is not just a choice between political parties. This election is not just a choice between ideologies. At its core, the election of 2016 is a generational choice about what kind of country we are going to be in the 21st century. For over 2 centuries, each generation of Americans has chosen to do whatever it took to keep America a special country. And now the time has come for us to make the exact same choice. And there are only 2 choices before us. There are only 2 choices that lie ahead. We will either be the first Americans to leave our children worse off than ourselves, or our children and grandchildren will be the freest and the most prosperous Americans that have ever lived. And I am confident that I know which road you want to choose. I am confident that I know which road the majority of Americans want to choose. And if in fact we choose, as I believe we will, for a future even better than our past, for a life for our children and grandchildren even better than our own, then there are some things we are going to have to do, and we're going to have to do them right now. The first thing we're going to have to do is become globally competitive again economically, because we live in a global economy. And it is an economy dramatically different, as I said earlier, than the one we had not so long ago. This will require us to turn the page on leaders and on ideas that no longer work, and instead embrace ideas and leaders relevant to the 21st century. What does globally competitive mean? It begins by having leaders that understand that government doesn't grow the economy. The private sector grows the economy. You wouldn't know that by watching the debate last night. I only caught snippets of it, but I caught enough of it to know the Democratic Party is more liberal today than it's been since Michael Dukakis, maybe even before that. You had leaders last night that were arguing, we're going to grow the economy because we're just going to build more roads and bridges. Well, I like roads and bridges, and that may help grow the economy. But only the private sector creates not just more jobs, but better paying jobs. Jobs that pay more. Jobs that provide more upward mobility. And the job of government is to make it easier for the private sector to succeed. To make America the cheapest, the fastest, the easiest place in the world. To create millions of new jobs that pay more. And that's why we need to get to work on our economic policies and modernizing them. We need a tax code that makes us globally competitive. Today, we have a tax code that makes us among the most expensive and burdensome places in the world to start a business or expand an existing one. We need a regulatory code that's flattened out and simplified and less burdensome. Today, we have billions upon billions of dollars of regulatory costs imposed on the private sector. This is especially crippling on small business, who cannot afford the army of lawyers and lobbyists necessary to comply with big government. We can't grow our economy if we have a national debt crisis. And we will have a debt crisis in this country at some point. We now owe close to $19 trillion, which is more than the size of our economy. And there is no plans in place to address it. And that's why we must deal with the drivers of our debt. The drivers of our debt is not foreign aid. It's less than 1% of our budget. The national debt is not defense spending, which is the most important obligation of the federal government. The driver of our long-term debt is the way very important programs are currently structured. Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. Now, I'm from Florida. You may or may not know this, but there's a lot of people in Florida on Medicare and Social Security. One of them happens to be my mother. So I can say this unequivocally right now. I am against any changes that are bad for my mother. I am against any changes that are bad for people like her. And here's the good news. We can save Social Security and Medicare without changing anything for her, people like her that are retired, or even people that are about to retire. But here's the truth that people need to start acknowledging. My Medicare and Social Security and the Medicare and Social Security of people younger than me is going to be different than the way it worked for our parents or the people on it now. One way or the other, it's going to have to, it either won't exist or it will be different. And what do I mean by different? I may have to retire a year later than my parents did. My Social Security benefits, if I've made money, are not going to grow as fast as they did for the people that are on it now. And my Medicare benefits could very well be the option of taking that and using it to buy a private plan that I like better. That is not too much to ask of me at 44 years of age after everything my 85-year-old mother did for us. Oh, I just said her age. Now she gets mad. My older mother says, that's probably not good either. She's on Social Security and Medicare. That's all you need to know. And it's going to work different for us than it works for her, or for people that are currently retired, or people are about to retire. And if we do that, we can bring stability to this program in the long term. And we can save it, and we can balance our budget, and we don't have to change anything for the people on it now or the people about to retire. To be globally competitive, we need to fully utilize our energy resources. We've been blessed with an abundance of oil in this country. Not only should we have more of it that we explore, but we should be able to export it. Geopolitically, the impact that would have on the world is dramatic. The world will now be able to buy oil. They don't have to buy it from a gangster in Moscow anymore. They don't have to buy it from a radical Shia cleric in Tehran. They can borrow it from the most stable and freest country on the planet. We need to fully utilize our natural gas as well. This won't just lower the cost of living by making it cheaper to power utilities in this country. This will make it easier to manufacture. Energy costs are one of the most significant overhead costs of manufacturing. And if America becomes, from an energy perspective, more affordable than other countries, you're going to have a manufacturing renaissance, which means we can once again be a country that makes things again, not simply a country that does things only. And last but not least, if we want to become globally competitive, we must repeal and replace Obamacare. We must get rid of it, and we must replace it. And we must replace it with a system that allows every American to be in charge of their own health care insurance issues and their own ideas, that will allow you to take your own pre-tax money, whether it's your own money, it came from your employer, or it comes from a tax credit. And you can use it to buy health insurance of the kind you've decided you want from any company across state lines that will sell them to you. This will drive choices, and this will drive competition. It will lower prices and include and improve coverage. And it is a lot better than putting the government in charge of your health insurance. And it is a lot better than a program that we have in place now that's raising prices and lowering quality. And I'm confident that if we can do these things that I've just outlined, the American private sector is going to take care of the rest. These are the most innovative, the most creative, and the most productive people on the planet. The American private sector, represented by many, if not all of you here today, will not only create millions of new jobs. If we allow this country to be globally competitive, they're going to create millions of better paying jobs, jobs that pay substantially more than the jobs we have today. The truth is, those new jobs are going to require more skills than ever, however. And so the second thing we have to do is we must modernize what we mean when we say higher education. You see, some of the best jobs of the 21st century are going to require more than high school, but less than 4 years of traditional college. And that's why we must once again reinvigorate vocational training in America. We need to stop telling young Americans that those are the jobs for kids that can't get into college. Nothing could be further from the truth. A welder makes more than a philosopher. And so we need to produce more welders in this country, more machinists, more plumbers, more airplane mechanics. And we don't need to wait till they're 25 to do that. We should open up federal financial aid so that students could do that at 16 and 17 years of age. So they can go to high school in the morning and trade school in the afternoon. And when they graduate, they don't just get a high school diploma. They are industry certified and ready to work at a good paying job, some of the fastest growing jobs of the 21st century. We need more competition and choices in traditional four-year colleges. And that's why I think we need to open it up for more competition, more innovation, for technology to enter the higher education space. There are already providers that are trying to do that despite government obstacles. Programs that allow someone who's 30 years old, who has to work full-time and raise a family, to get credit for what they already know. We're not going to make you sit in a classroom and take courses on things you've already mastered on your own, through life experience, through military experience. You get credit for what you can prove you already know or learned. And whatever you're missing for your degree, you will be allowed to learn it from a variety of sources, including free online coursework. Creating an alternative accrediting process that allows people to package learning from a variety of sources will open up higher education for millions of people who have to work full-time and raise a family, who cannot afford to drop everything and sit in a classroom for 2 to 4 years to become a paralegal, or to become a dental hygienist, or to become any of these other professions that pay a lot more than the jobs some of these people are currently trapped in. And we're still going to have traditional four-year colleges. But we cannot continue to have people borrowing thousands of dollars to pay for degrees that do not lead to jobs. Which is why when I'm president, we will pass a law called Right to Know Before You Go, and I will sign it. And here's what that law says. It says that before any student takes out a student loan, the school has to tell you how much people make when they graduate from that school with that degree. So you can decide if you're going to borrow $50,000 to take on that degree. Because you deserve to know before you borrow thousands of dollars whether or not you're going to be able to find a job with a degree from that school. We're not going to ban these degrees. We're not going to say no one can study political science, no one can study Greek philosophy. You can study whatever you want, but you deserve to know that the market for philosophers has tightened significantly over the last 2,000 years. If we can do these two things, make America globally competitive again, and create policies that make it easier and cheaper for people to acquire the skills they need for these better jobs, the globally competitive economy will create, we're not going to have an economic recovery. America's going to have an economic renaissance, an era of growth and prosperity unlike anything we've seen in modern times. But that won't matter if we don't do the third thing, and that is keep our people and our nation safe. It is the most important obligation of the federal government. In fact, that is the reason why we have a federal government. Federal government's involved in all sorts of things it has no business being involved in. Federal government has no business, for example, being involved in K through 12 education. We don't need a national curriculum. We don't need a Common Core. We don't need a national school board. But there's something the federal government has to do that only the federal government can do, and that is keep us safe. And it is failing in that regard at every level. It's failing to protect our sovereignty. As you've seen, the illegal immigration issue continues to grow worse and has not improved. It's also failed. but it's also failed to protect us abroad. Look at the world around us today. You have a lunatic in North Korea with nuclear weapons. You have Iran about to receive $150 billion of sanctions relief, which they will use to build long-range missiles and one day either buy or build a nuclear weapon of their own. You have a gangster in Moscow threatening NATO, threatening to divide Europe, and sowing instability in the Middle East. You have multiple radical jihadist groups across multiple continents that aren't just threatening their neighbors, they're recruiting Americans online to attack us here at home. And then last but not least, in the face of all this, you have the Chinese rapidly expanding their military capabilities, taking over the South China Sea, and hacking into our computers, stealing our government secrets, our company secrets, the private information of Americans. And in the face of all of these threats, what are we doing as a government under Barack Obama? We are demoralizing and destroying our military capability with these short-sighted defense cuts via the sequester that don't do anything to balance our budget. The sequester is not doing a thing about balancing our budget because defense spending is not the reason why we have a debt. But this sequester, these defense cuts, are the reason why one day we will not be able to protect our country. It is the reason why one day we will not be able to live up to the commitment we make to our men and women in uniform, which is this, that we will never put them in a fair fight. That anytime we ask them to fight on our behalf, they will have better weapons, better training, and better information than their adversary. This is a promise we've made to our men and women in uniform, and we will not be able to keep that promise if we keep destroying defense spending in this country. And so when I'm president, it will be about my highest priorities to restore our military and ensure that it has sufficient funding that it needs to confront the challenges of the 21st century. And when they come home, after taking care of us, we will have a VA system that takes care of our veterans. We will have a VA system where if someone isn't doing their job, they will be able to get fired. I'm proud that I passed a law last year that allows the VA secretary to fire executives at the VA that aren't doing their job. The sad part is they've only fired one person. When I'm president, people are going to get fired if they're not doing their jobs at the VA. And the other thing is we need to ensure that the VA benefits follow the veteran, not the veteran have to follow the VA benefits. If you're a veteran, if you are a veteran and someone at the VA cannot see you in a timely fashion, you will be able to portably take that benefit to any hospital, any doctor, any provider that will see you and will take that form of payment. And the third thing we need is a foreign policy of moral clarity. And what does that mean? Well, simply it means this. Our allies know they can trust us, and our adversaries know not to test us, which is direct opposite of what we have right now. There's no better example of this than what's happening in the Middle East. There is only one pro-American free enterprise democracy in the Middle East. That's the state of Israel. There's only one pro-American free enterprise democracy. And today we have a president that treats the prime minister of Israel with less respect than he treats the Ayatollah in Iran. That will change. If I'm blessed to be president of the United States, our allies will know they can rely on us, and our adversaries will know not to test us. And if we can do all of this that I just mentioned to you, if we can protect our country from threats, if we can rebuild our economy by making it globally competitive, and if we can make it easier, faster, and cheaper for our people to acquire the skills they need to benefit from the new economy, then the 21st century is going to be the greatest era in our history. If we fail, if we do nothing, then you and I will be part of the first generation in the history of this country that leaves our children worse off than ourselves. Now, I know that times are hard, and I've pointed through all these challenges primarily to inspire you to believe that we can fix them all, because we can. All of these challenges before us, we can fix. And here's the truth. This is not new for us as Americans. For this nation has always faced great challenges. Ours is not the story of a country that had it easy. Ours is the story of a nation that for over 2 centuries has always confronted great challenges and has always faced them, overcome them, and as a result embraced its opportunities. This was a nation founded out of a great challenge. To declare your independence from the most powerful empire in the world at the time, that was a great challenge. Then this nation had to face a civil war that violently divided it and almost, quite frankly, ended it. Then this was a nation that had to confront a great world war, and then a Great Depression, and then a Second World War, and then a Cold War, and then the 1960s, an incredibly tumultuous time, where the Civil Rights era, where the Vietnam War, or the political assassinations that happened in this country all seem to rip this nation at the seams. And yet time and again, each generation before us did what they had to do. And it wasn't easy, but they confronted their challenges and they embraced their opportunities. And as a result, everyone in this room today inherited from the Americans that came before us not a perfect country, but the best one in the world, and a nation better than the one that they grew up in. Now our time has come. Now the time has come for this generation to do its part. And that's why this election is so important. Because we can't do that if we just keep electing the same people with the same ideas. We can't do that if we just promote the next person in line or the most familiar name or the person the experts tell us we have to vote for. The time has come for us as both a party and a nation to turn the page and elevate new leaders with new ideas relevant to the times in which we live. This is what we're being asked to do now. This is why I support term limits. And this is why I'm running for president. This is why after just 4 years in the Senate, I chose not to run for re-election and instead aspire to the highest office in the land. Because I know if we keep electing the same people, nothing is going to change. You know, it's interesting. When I first ran for the Senate about 4.5 years ago, the entire Republican establishment in Washington, D.C. lined up against me. They actively worked against me on behalf of my opponent, who at the time was the sitting governor of Florida. And we were successful, obviously. And it's interesting, 4.5 years later, when I chose to run, some of the same people came out of the woodwork again to tell me that it wasn't my turn, that I had to wait in line. I didn't know there was a line. And I don't know exactly what we're waiting for. We can't afford another 4 years like the last 8. If we have another 4 years like the last 8, this speech I just gave you, I may not be able to give it. It may not be true that we can solve some of these problems. It may not be true that we can avoid leaving our children worse off than ourselves. The time to act is now. And this is a calling on all of us. Every single one of us, in and out of government, in and out of politics, we are all called to do our part. Some of you already have. I can see from your hats and shirts that you are veterans that served our country in uniform, and we are grateful for your service. I've been blessed with the opportunity to try to do it in public office. And I've always approached it with an acknowledgement that America doesn't owe me a thing. This country owes me nothing. But I have a debt to America I will never fully repay. Because for me, America isn't just the country I was born in. This is the nation that literally changed the history of my family. Neither one of my parents was born in America. Some of you are maybe familiar with our story. They were born on the island of Cuba to families that weren't rich, famous, powerful, disconnected from any sort of privilege. And they came to America in 1956 because it was the one place on earth where people like them, through hard work, had a chance at a better life. My father had it particularly difficult. When he was 4 days shy of his 9th birthday, his mother passed away. And so my father had to stop going to school and start working. He would never go back to school. And he would work for the next 70 years of his life. In America, my parents had all sorts of jobs. My mother she built aluminum chairs at a factory. Then she was a cashier at a coffee shop on Miami Beach. Then she was at a coffee shop and a hotel on Miami Beach. She was a maid at a hotel in Las Vegas and a stock clerk at Kmart in Miami. My father was primarily a bartender. He worked on nights and on weekends and on holidays, on days I'm sure he didn't feel like working. That wasn't the dream he once had for himself, by the way. He was grateful for his work. But when he was a young man and a young boy, he had big dreams because young people have big dreams. But his dreams became impossible. And so when they came to America, my parents found a new dream, a new purpose for their life. And it was to give us the chance to do all the things they never could. They didn't want what happened to them to happen to us. They wanted to make sure that all the doors that had closed for them would be open for their children. And so that's why my parents worked so hard, my father in particular. He stood behind a small portable bar in the back of a banquet hall in a hotel for decades. So one day I could have the chance to be whatever my talent and my work would allow me to be. The journey from behind that portable bar to the life I live today, for me, that journey is the essence of the American dream. It's what makes us a special country and different. And it's not just my story. As Americans, it's our story. For who among us is not but a generation or two removed from someone who did that for us? Here in America, we are all but a generation or two removed from someone who made our future the purpose of their lives. And it reminds us that whether or not we remain a special country, will be determined by whether or not that journey is still possible for the people trying to make it now. And that's the great calling of our time. We don't just want to save the American dream. We want to expand it so that it reaches more people and changes more lives than ever before. And that future is within our reach. And that's why I'm here today and in the next few minutes that we're going to be together to answer your questions, to do what it takes to hopefully earn your support and then to keep it. And then to encourage you to go out and find more people to support us. Because I believe with all my heart that if we can do this and do this together, we won't just change our party, we'll change the direction of this country. And in so doing, we will be able to say that our children were actually left with a country better than our own. And the 21st century wasn't just as good as the 20th century for America. It actually was better. It was actually a new American century. So thank you for the chance to speak to you. I'm looking forward to your questions. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, let's get started. So, is there one microphone or two? All right, we have two microphones, so please find the young people, the young man, the young lady with the flags. They have the microphone. If you can flag them down, or not flag, let them flag you down, I guess. And we'll use the microphones for the questions. Yes, sir.
Excuse me. My question is, how does your faith affect what you do?
In terms of my life or my politics? Both?
Everything.
Well, my faith has a huge influence on me. I hope it does, because my faith teaches me to care for the less fortunate. And obviously, the first thing I learned from my faith is the most important job I have is the husband and father. The most influential job I will ever have is the 16, 15, 17 years I have to influence my children and who they become. And not just by what I say to them, but by what they see me do. In public service, it influences me in a lot of different ways. First, our nation was founded on a spiritual principle, on the notion that we're all created equal because we're endowed by our Creator with certain rights, life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness. And the only reason why we have a government isn't to grant those rights, but to protect those rights. I believe that every human being has God-given rights that the job of government is to protect. And so that influences me deeply. Beyond it, I would argue that it's one of the reasons why I've come to be a strong supporter of free enterprise. Because it's the only economic model in the history of the world where people can achieve their potential, even if they aren't born into great wealth or privilege. If you travel around the world, here's what you're going to find. The more the government dominates the economy, the more that people influence government win at the expense of everybody else. And so when you go around the world, here's what you're going to find. You're going to find societies where the same rich families and the same big companies have dominated those countries decade after decade. Only in free enterprise can an employee become an employer. Only in free enterprise can someone that's born into a family that isn't poor or connected, through hard work, discipline, self-control, and talent, achieve a better life for themselves, and in fact, maybe even put their former boss out of business because you're better at it than they are. That's why I love free enterprise. That's why I'm a strong supporter, because I think it's the best program to eradicate poverty. The only way to eradicate poverty is to allow people to find better paying jobs, and free enterprise does that better than any other economic model in the world. So my faith has influenced me to care about the less fortunate. I do support a safety net. I don't think free enterprise works without a safety net to help catch people that are having a tough time. But I also know that the safety net cannot be a way of life. It cannot become a lifestyle. And in fact, it's become that for many people. And my faith also teaches me that that's not good for the soul. It's not good for people. It's not good for their aspirations for the future. So for all those reasons, I'm glad my faith influences my role in government as well as the way I try to govern myself in my life.
Hi, Governor. What I'd like to do is ask you a question. I feel a little uncomfortable even saying it. I've done a lot of research. I've watched your stump speech a couple of times, and I haven't heard anything new, so I want you to say something new here. And my question is about military spending. You said before, and I totally agree, the government's role is the military. And you also said that you wouldn't cut your mother's Social Security. Great, two things I really like. But I have a hard time balancing the two, in that military spending, yes, has been cut recently, but we're still investing in, the super jets. We have multiple hundreds of bases throughout the world. I think there's a lot of waste in our Pentagon spending, and I don't want taxes to be raised to pay for government spending at the expense of the younger people that are not in this audience that are going to suffer with a cut in Social Security?
It's a good question. So let me first begin by saying that defense spending is not the reason why we have the debt. And I agree with you about waste. I'm not in favor of waste in any program. Even if the program is a small portion of our budget, we should never be throwing away taxpayer money. And so I do support reforms in contracting. We need more competition, for example, in defense contracting. Because, for example, any of you that are in business will know this. If there's only one bidder on a project, you're not going to get the best price. And in many instances, that's what we find in defense spending. So there's no doubt we need to do a better job of it. But we also have to understand the threats this nation faces are significant. And in fact, economic implications of global instability are greater than they've ever been. This is the most powerful nation on earth, the most important nation in the country, in the world, the largest economy in the world.
It looks like we're about to lose this video.
And one of the things that helps ensure global stability is a strong...
There we go. Unfortunately, that's where our video ends. And guess what? It's 9 p.m. It's actually 9:07. So if you are local, you should tune in to Channel 10 right now. Troy Hayden's back, and Troy Hayden and Carrie Lake are doing our 9 p.m. news broadcast. So you should turn on Channel 10 if you're local. If you're not, you can head on over to fox10phoenix.com/live and watch our live television news broadcast happening right now. Let's see. Looks like the topic is the CNN debate, the Black Lives Matter, the question at the CNN debate in regards to Black Lives Matter. That's currently happening on our broadcast right now, so you should tune in and watch Troy Hayden and Carrie Lake discuss that. In addition to that, we are going to be back tomorrow, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. I don't know if you've noticed, we've extended our hours. Yay! We're 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Friday. You should download our app. It's free, and you can receive alerts sent to your telephone anytime there's breaking news. You should follow us on Twitter and like us on Facebook. I'm Kinsey Schofield. This is Fox 10 News Now. Thank you so much for spending your evening with me. I look forward to seeing you again tomorrow, and have a good night.